Alrighty, hello everybody. How are we doing today? I hope we're all doing well and ready to continue our Dahui run in Anbennar, where we have done pretty well. We own all of Yanshen at this point, and now our mission tree is finally, thankfully, allowing us to actually play the game. We did sit there for a while yesterday drilling. Luckily, we do not have to be doing that again. There is still some drilling we need to do, but we don't just have to sit there because we have claims now. We can actually go and conquer things. Our economy's in a pretty good spot. We have the largest military in the world at this point, and it's also pretty good. So we're just going to be trying to do what the missions want us to do and seeing what the Dahui missions are all about. There is a special mechanic that we still have not gotten access to yet, which is yanification. So we're going to try and focus on getting to that as quickly as possible, so we can get it started and kind of just see what exactly that means. Because I kind of know what it does a little bit, but I don't exactly know. So we'll find out. Hello, Scottish, Andy Durr, Modoc's Dad, Tavarna, Duker's Mom, Seven Beers Dweller, Super Listrin, and Morning Solace. Hope you're all doing well today. Kobold's confirmed? No, it's the Dragon of Yanshen, because the flag of Dahui has a dragon on it. Sorry for the false hope of the kobold times. I know we all love kobolds, but not today. We have kobolds in our country though, so that's got to count for something. Time to nom less and do some cultural enrichment. Yes. Yeah, that is pretty much what I understand what we're going to do, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's fine. We have completed admin ideas. We are currently trying to complete quality and diplo ideas. When we get those done, we will be able to conquer very, very quickly. We're doing really well. I mean, I don't really know who's going to be able to stop us at this point. We'll see. Maybe there's a giant coalition that will form against us, since we're going to start taking on some high philosophy tags instead of just taking out all the righteous path tags. The only person around us that I can recall that is really still mad is Jiang Lucy, but they are not relevant. Oh, no, wait. No, they formed Shia. They formed Shia yesterday, so they're still not relevant, though. Because they had 0 troops, so I just attacked them immediately and took a vassal out of them. Because, you know, if you have 0 troops, I'm going to attack you if I'm on your border. It's just kind of how it works. You gotta have at least 1 troop. At least 1. Still not relevant. Yep, we killed the command. We left Shia alone for, like, over 50 years. Still not relevant. Still just could not do it. It's like, well, oh well, you know. Did our best. At least Japan in the base game, who has the same mechanics of the vassals underneath them. They're on an island. They're on an island, and the only person that can reasonably get a CB on them is Korea and Ainu. I was like, what's their name? It starts with an A. Ainu, to the north. Neither of which are really going to be a threat to Japan. So the Shia doesn't have that luxury, so they do die. Please yap for at least 1 hour? 1 whole hour of yapping? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it's 1 whole hour. I'm not sure. But yeah, we don't have to drill anymore like we did yesterday. Luckily, it's good. There was a lot of sitting there, hanging out, just drilling and chilling. Because we had to get to 75% professionalism. I would say early. I'd say it's pretty early in the mission tree to do that for forming Dahui, or after forming Dahui to get access to the rest of Dahui's missions, but we did it. Why is your just chatting? We're talking about some map games? You're so right. Who knows about map games? What are we chatting about then, huh? Olympics? US, we're kind of slacking. We're kind of slacking since yesterday when I went to bed. We were like tied for the most gold medals, and now we're down. We did not get golds in some of the shooting events, which I gotta admit, kind of an L. Kind of an L for the country that's known for loving its guns to not win the shooting events of the Olympics. I'm just saying, maybe there's some points then. People shouldn't have them. If we're not good enough to win the Olympics, I don't think we're good enough to own them. Bedtime in an hour and a half. Streamline the yap? No, never. Nice hoodie, thank you. Run up for being particularly responsible with them, though. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Maybe we got some points. Once we win the shooting Olympics, maybe then we don't need to have these conversations. But until then, we do. Something's been driving you crazy. Sometimes you answer some chat messages that I just don't see. Am I hallucinating that? What do you mean? What do you mean I answer some questions you don't see? How do you know when I am or am not answering to chat messages, though? Like, I could just be remembering something and then saying it, or maybe it's a chat message that's further back up that I'm looking at. Or maybe you are crazy. That could be it too. You could just be going nutso. Read chat message and answer it. In that case, I don't know, but that's on you. Because if it seems like I'm reading a message, the message is there. I'm not just making up messages. That would be weird. Very weird. So I don't know. I don't know. In this case, which one are you talking about? Hey, Amy, how you doing? I didn't miss you today. See? Look at that. Boom. Improvement. I made sure to say hello. He's scrubbing the logs, rewriting history. That's right. I'm hiding the evidence of chatters. How dare anybody know there are chatters in here? Back myself into a corner, only wanting to watch you and Flurry play EU4. I'm honored. I am honored that I get to be put on, somewhat of the same pedestal as Flurry, at least for your watching habits. That makes me feel good. I mean, I'm not as good as he is, but, I'll take it. I'll take it. It was a message after your cultural enrichment comment. Only I posted in chat, but somehow you answered something. Cultural enrichment. The only comment after the cultural enrichment is listener saying, why is my just chatting stream? We're talking about some map game. That one? Do you not see that one? Because otherwise, I don't know. I might have said something above it. Before that? Well, there was Scottish saying stuff. Andy Durr said hello. Modak said hello. Tavarna said hello. Actually,
2 years of watching you throw has made me the 2-fire general I am today.
Bro, thank you for the 2 years of subs. That is crazy. Appreciate it. But don't blame me for your 2 fire pips. That's on you. All right? You had 2 years to get better, and I guess every year you gain 1 fire pip. So in a couple more years, you'll be the best fire general there ever was. Huge. You're saying afterwards? I don't know. What if it happens again? Tell me, so that way I can be like more on the dot of what I've been saying, because I don't remember. Hello there, Sir Poe. Enjoying the Olympics or the chaos in Paris at least? Well, I don't know much about the chaos in Paris. It is good to see that Americans still don't have any kind of literacy with art or interpreting art or anything, really. It's comforting to know that we don't change. But other than that, yeah, I mean, I'm not like watching the Olympics directly, really. Swimming, I don't really care about. Like, it's just not for me. But I'll probably watch when track stuff starts. I really should pay more attention to the soccer stuff too. Though, last I checked, the U.S. men's team did get their asses kicked by France, so there's no reason to watch that. I mean, come on, I don't need to watch us lose to France. That's embarrassing. Lake Fed run 6824 when JK, but if you do play Lake Fed, I'll give 10 subs on the 16th. I'm not sure when we'll do Lake Fed again. We will probably go back to it at some point, but I don't know when. It'll probably be a while though. Probably a while. Probably won't get general with more than 2 pips anyways. Wow. I mean, that's more of a reflection on you guys than me. If you can manage to get a general with 1 pip, which I don't. No, it is probably possible. It's probably possible. You have to get pretty low army tradition though. So low that you haven't gone to war ever. Like literally ever. Literally ever. Americans be like, this gay shit in my Olympics. Meanwhile, the original Olympians. Yeah, nothing Look, it's a totally straight thing for a bunch of buff dudes that are basically naked to go wrestling around in olive oil. It's the straightest thing you can think of, actually. It's fine. It's fine. They cut the internet cables recently after the fire on the trains. Man, what's going on in France? I don't get it. You guys are weird over there. I respect it, though. Like, I respect how dedicated the French are to being disruptive to everything. But I'm not sure what the goal is here. But, okay, sure. And the blackout, there's a black. I haven't really been paying attention. You know, believe it or not, there are more pressing things happening internally in the United States that I'm paying more attention to than what exactly is going on with the Olympics. Clack444, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Swimming rocks. I mean, hey, sometimes we do have some golds in swimming, so we gotta be somewhat decent at it. And we do have lots of medals. I think the U.S. has the most amount of medals right now, right? That's kind of copium, because we all know only gold medals really matter. Yeah, we have 18. What's up? What's up? Get rolled, everybody else. But, like, you know, it doesn't really matter. You got to get the golds. It's all about the golds. If you're not first, you're basically last. Though, to be fair, if I went to the Olympics and got silver or bronze, I think that'd be great. But, yeah, no, I don't think so. I would rather get golds. Snoop Dogg is there. You know, I'm sure there are lots of celebrities there. Good for them. I'm sure it's great. They all have wives at school. Oh, the original Olympians. Yeah, they have wives, so clearly there's nothing weird going on. This is quite an early yap. When are we, the VOD yap skippers, gonna be blessed by the cube? Never. Number one. Number two, we're not early. Oh, you're early, so you're here for the yap. Interesting. Maybe you'll find out you enjoy the yap. All right. I hate to say it, you need more drill. Yeah, I know. Eventually we have to get to 100% professionalism, but it's fine. We have a large enough military at this point where we can do wars and drill at the same time. So, how's Conquering Liberation for Last going? Hello, Black Odd. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I know we need one of these 90, but I'm gonna go conquer stuff before we drill again. They put cardboard beds so the people there fuck less because of the pregnancy problem happening on the other Olympics. Yeah, I'm going to be so real with you. I don't think that's going to stop them. Like, you're better off just supplying them with the things they need to not get pregnant. Because cardboard beds, I don't think is going to stop these people who are, just so we're clear, like, so dedicated to what they do that they're the best in the world. Something tells me that their desire to overcome obstacles is quite high. Official Olympian hookers. Well, that's not what I said. I don't think that's what I said. In fact, I think that's the opposite. That's not the opposite, but that's definitely not what I said. I said to prevent pregnancies. If that's, you know, that was what I said. Surely wars are just train exercises. Oh? What? Oh? What do you mean by that? Oh. Damn. What a yawn. Please, it's time we settle this argument like men. I'll bring the lemon infused olive oil. Yeah, like men, one would think that making peak of humanity reproduce is a good thing. Well, I think you're going to slip very quickly into a little thing known as eugenics. If you start going like, yeah, we should just breed the best people in the world together. It's like, oh yeah, this will go well. Surely this won't be corrupted immediately. I mean, if the people do not precaution themselves, if they wish to get laid, get ready for consequences. Nah. Forget consequences. Avoid the consequences. Nothing wrong with having a good time. As long as you're being responsible. You must be so tired. I ain't got no excuse to be tired. But yes. Avoid the consequences, play math games. That is one way to do it. You don't want kids, just play more math games. And odds are you won't have the time to go make more children. They're going adults taking time themselves when to get laid. Exactly. And I'm just saying that they should also have the ability to make the decision to not have children because of it. You're eternally tired. Adult ADHD is a bitch. Maybe that's what I have. Maybe I just have ADHD and I need to like start taking fucking Adderall or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll lock in and make a YouTube video. That'd be crazy. Need further. There are these timing attacks when you take tech and then deck with new regiments, now needing to be reinforced and losing all experience. That will be less likely. From what it seems like in EU5, yes, which is good. It's good. Because upgrading your troops should make them less effective. I don't know about resetting all of their experience. That feels a little weird. But I do think that they should be... The upgrade should cost you something in experience, because that just makes sense. Putting Adderall would never have lazy colonists. True. For me, it's more the energy you spent focusing rather than energy from it helps me control focus. Gotcha. I bet you want to get laid. It's supposed to be sponsored by asexuals. Well, there you go. I guess that solves that problem. You don't have to worry about having kids if that's the case. Adderall donation goal win. Look, I know I'm in America, but I don't need to start a GoFundMe to get Adderall. I think I'm fine. Like, I just got to lock in. Dude, I went outside yesterday. Pretty big. It's kind of nice out there sometimes. I went out. I sat in the sun. I read a book. Bro, I read pages on a book, not even on a screen. Crazy. It was got kind of cold though. Got kind of cold at the end when the sun went down. Not good. And the sun was like in my eyes, and I was like, ooh, I can't see nothing. It's a book on ancient cities of the world. It's pretty basic. Like most of the cities I already kind of know about. But it doesn't mean it's not interesting, and you do learn new things. It is cool. I like the part on Hattusa. I thought that was a really interesting chapter. But I was just sitting outside, soaking in the sun, reading a book like an old person. What are you reading? It's hold on. It's called The Great Cities in History. Doesn't have a name on it or anything, right? Great Cities in History. It's pretty basic. Very much an introductory thing to kind of like historical stuff. I don't want that sticker to slip out because it has the name of a local game shop that I got it from. So let's not have that happen. Let's not dox myself today. That'd be great. It's good. It's good. It's easy reading for history nerds. How Eurocentric is it? It's not. Well, so far it has not been. I'm trying to think if there's been any European. Well, I guess do you consider Anatolia to be European? Because it's had some Anatolian cities, Hittite cities, stuff like that. But it's still pretty early on in the timeline, so there are no great European cities yet. Though the next chapter I have to read is about Carthage, so I'm assuming we're getting close to Rome. Everything is Europe. Average European opinion. I definitely do not condone the use and abuse of stimulants when you aren't diagnosed. Yeah, no, crazy. Seems like the history a bit. Maybe stream on that when not streaming Anbennar. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Just a yap about history? I don't know. I don't have a degree in history. I got no authority to speak on it. I just know some stuff. That's it. Reading stream, dude. Don't tell like 60-year-olds about that. We'd have so many 60-year-olds streaming. It'd just be reading. I don't know. It kind of sounds nice. It's just like it's like an audiobook. It's like an audiobook. I don't know if I'd be interested in that, but I'm sure you can make pretty good content out of that. Just like I guess you can make it like a reading club, and you can read and people can follow along with you. It's like an audiobook. Hold on, we're cooking now. I'm gonna trademark that idea. Someone's gotta pay me for it. Even if they already make it, they have to pay me now, retroactively. Just the way it is. Only time I feel caffeine should be prescription is caffeine pills. Yeah, that does feel a little weird. Should I get into drinking coffee, chat? You know, like, sometimes I'm like, man, I'm so tired. And then I see people drink coffee, and it's like, they don't look tired, but I know they are. Like, maybe that's the key that I need to unlock not being tired, is to just ingest a bunch of caffeine. Like, I do like soda, but it's just so bad for you. It's just so bad for you, but I do love it. Since when does America need authority to speak on something? You're so right. You're so right. I just have to act confident and like I know what I'm talking about. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm a political consultant. Easy. It's so easy. The Bill Clinton statue in the Balkans. Wait, there's a Bill Clinton statue in the Balkans? That's crazy. If that's true, that's weird. Just another thing to the list that makes the Balkans weird. There's a lot of them. But yeah. I saw something about Bannerlord. I thought Bannerlord was made up of a blown up version of Anatolia. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Kind of. It's... The cultures of Bannerlord take their inspiration from a couple of different things, but it's definitely... If you were to place Bannerlord anywhere in the real world, I would put it in Anatolia. It'd be the closest place. You know, you've got like your horse riding Mongols in the east. You've got your kind of deserty Egypt area in the south. And then in the center, you have the Empire, which is just Rome. Like, it's literally just Rome. In the north, you have... they're not called Norsemen, but they're Vikings. They're literally just... They're like Vikings. And then in the west, you have the Vlandians, which are more like kind of like French knight kind of guys. In the northwest, you have the Britannians, which are just Celts. So, if I place it anywhere, I would place it in there. But yeah. Is anything else for intervening in the U.S. genocide? Yeah, but to put a statue of Bill Clinton, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure that there were a lot of mediators and people that did a lot more work than Mr. Clinton. But like, hey, you know what? That's what I want to make it for. I ain't judging, right? I cannot judge another country for their statues when we still got statues of, you know, traitors up in ours. So, not my business. Bannerlord map is literally a rectangle just like Anatolia. Oh yeah, that's what I think when I think of Anatolia. It's a rectangle. Oh, the very smooth, straight sides of Anatolia. Put up statues of the losers. Yes. Decades after they lost. It's an L move. It is an L move. You get the taste of coffee and dislike tea, at least with tons of sugar, so might as well go soft drink. Yeah, but it's so bad for you. Like, it is. It just melts you. Will we ever have regular variety streams? What do you mean regular variety streams? What are you asking to see specifically? Like just other games, or like a just chatting stream, only just chatting stream? Like what do you... I don't know what you're referencing specifically. Have you tried Yupon or Herba Mate? Both of them caffeinated shrubs domestic to North and South America, respectively. Ooh. The only big city or statue we have in my city is some guy named Vadian. He opened a bank He lived for centuries. Then the USA came and closed it. The end. The end. But hey, his statue's still up, so that's good. Tons of games I'd like to see you play. Like what? To use soft drinks so much as they alongside your meds help your HD. Oh, so you've gotten in the habit of drinking it? Fair enough. You want to know my superpower? I may not have many superpowers, but I do have one. I can swallow pills raw. No water. Doesn't matter the size. I can just pop them in, boom, down them. Easy. It's a superpower. I mean, we were talking like the fucking thick pills. No problem. Not that I like pop pills all the time. I should clarify. FBI, I'm not over here doing drugs. But I do have, prescriptions, and I just down them. Throat goat poet. Don't say that. Don't say that's not what I was trying to go for. What the throat goat poet? Really? First Yanshen stream, you said, I can't say it again because then you'll clip it this time. Ow! I hit my desk. You didn't clip it? Oh, thank you. No gag reflex? No, I do have a gag reflex. But I don't know. I can just down meds. No problem. No issue. I would like to attribute it to taking the disgusting liquid cough medicine as a kid and how I wanted to get away from taking that as fast as I humanly could. And so I was always wanting to take pills when I got sick because that stuff was so damn nasty. So gross. So bad that I didn't want to do it. I used to be too lazy to get water, so I just learned to down meds without. All right, we got multiple paths. We got multiple paths to the same outcome. Interesting. Battle Brothers, War Tales, Factorio, Tales of Series, Yakuza series. It's interesting you bring up Battle Brothers. I was looking at that yesterday. I was thinking, like, I don't know. Like, I might be interested in it. I'm not sure if I really want to buy it, but like, I was looking at it. And I own War Tales. I have it. And I've never played Factorio. I would probably like it, which is an unfortunate thing to do. Unfortunate thing to like Factorio for my own time, but I don't know. Project Wingman, Armored Core. I don't know what Project Wingman is though. You need to drink with flavor, take your meds, otherwise you tend to gag them up. I mean, hey, fair enough. You gotta do what you gotta do. So you know what games, you really liking the new update of No Man's Sky? See, every time I try and get back into No Man's Sky, I have to redo the tutorial, and it sucks. It takes forever to do the tutorial, and it's not very fun. And so I just, like, I get to the point where I'm, like, just about done with it, and I just kind of go, I don't want to do this anymore. Maybe one day I'll be able to get past it. Project Wingman is a fighter plane furball simulator? You're saying words right now. You're saying words and I don't understand them. Furball? I looked at Project Warplane instead of Project Wingman. I'm really good at typing. Oh, that's like a modern fighter pilot thing. Interesting. Furball is fireplanes all clone dogfight. Gotcha. Okay, I didn't know if you were talking like this is some like furry game or something. That's what I thought you were talking about, and I was like, I don't know. It doesn't really sound like my thing. You getting into X4? I was looking at X4 the other day. Didn't buy it though. Good on me. Not spending money immediately. When Monkey Brain go, ooh, game, I go, no. You have to wait at least 2 weeks before you buy it to make sure you actually want to buy it. Sometimes I don't follow that. But yeah, I looked at it and I was like, I don't know, I might be interested in X4. Basically EVE Online, but made by some Germans, so it has good tutorials and is offline. Damn, okay. Damn. Furry games. Well, it's called. They say furball. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know. Maybe it's online, man. What do you want? You never know what people are saying. Just like the average German game, it's mediocre. Has some decent depth. Yeah, isn't it all about essentially like empire management by the end of it? However you want to make money. Remember when playing X3 first? Why? Why would I play an older game when current game is here? You know what I'm saying? I'm switching the music, by the way. Fun fact. I'm switching it. Boom. X4 is primarily a trading empire simulator. All right. You should play Factorio. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, but will I stop playing Factorio? That's the question. If I start playing it, will I stop playing it? Probably not. It's just the reality of things. Like, I should go outside at some point, every once in a while. And if I start playing other games, then I don't know, man. It's better than Dwarf Fortress. Shut your mouth. I don't believe you. You might have just tanked any chance I ever had of playing this game. I simply do not believe you.
Storm.
Captain Walrus, thank you for the 17 months. For 17 months. Appreciate it. Yes, storm. We will be storming the rest of Hellas at some point. Most important, Gothic 1 and 2 are Morrowind. And Morrowind. RPGs are like 30 hours each. They're dirt cheap also. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't really have any interest in the older Elder Scrolls games. I know people say they're good. I just don't really have an interest in going back to them, though. I never not heard of Gothic 1 or 2, though. No one stopped playing Factorio. You just wither to a point you can't reach the mouse. Yeah, see, that's not good. The only way you ever know Factorio is better than Dwarf Fortress if you play it. Or I can just assume it's worse. And then, boom, no problems. Checkmate. I look forward to the first Factorio sale on October 21st. What a specific date. That must be when the new update comes out. Well, the good news is I will forget all about this conversation by, well, probably 2 days from now. If we're going to be completely honest. But I'll definitely forget by October 21st. What's Gothic about? I'm only assuming it's like a dark RPG. Well, if you were clipping this, I mean, fair enough. It's like $10. War has been waged across the kingdom of Mirtana. Orcish hordes invaded human territory when the king of the land needed a lot of ore to forge enough weapons should his army stand against the threat. Whoever breaks the law in these darkest of times is sentenced to serve in the giant penal colony of Corinus, mining the so much needed ore. English is not the first language if I wrote this, I can tell. The whole area, dubbed the colony, is surrounded by a magical barrier, a sphere 2 kilometers diameter, sealing off the penal colony from the outside world. The barrier can be passed from the outside in, but once inside, nobody can escape. The barrier was a double-edged sword. Soon the prisoners took the opportunity and started a revolt. The colony became divided into 3 rivaling factions, and the king was forced to negotiate for his ore, not just demand it. Huh. Interesting. Basically, the BG3 of its time nobody played because it's German. You have all the options in the game. It is a true RPG. Maybe. Any interest in checking out the Skyrim EU4 mod again? Not really. I feel like it's not paced very well for a game. Honestly. I feel like it just takes so long to do anything in the Skyrim EU4 mod. Like, I do like it. Like, it is interesting, right? But like, it's on a time scale of like like 1,000 years or more for like tech and ideas and buildings. It's like, I'm not going to play that long. Straight up, I'm just not going to do that because there's no reason to. But so yeah, probably not. I mean, maybe at some point we might go back and poke around with it, but meh. Most quests have like 17 ways to solve them. I don't know. Maybe I'll give Gothic a look. When I say that, probably like, oh, well, the question is, will I play it on stream or will I just play it on my own? The answer is, I'll probably just try and play it on my own. So maybe I shouldn't get it, because then I'll just play it on my own. Be like, oh yeah, hey guys, by the way, Gothic was great, loved it. Penal colony sounds lewd. That's on you, man. That's on you, dog. You're the one that's thinking that. Just play Factorio on stream. I think that's the real answer. Is this your new Deep Rock? Have you let go of your Deep Rock copium and now you found a new copium? Like, yes, Factorio. This will be it. I'll get him with this one. You can't always be playing garbage like League or Millennia. Okay, well, hold on. I haven't played League in like months, literally months. It's not even on my computer. 2, I haven't played Millennia since basically the last time you saw me playing it. So, yeah. You don't want to know how many hours I have in Factorio? Look, I have a bunch of hours in EU4. I get it. I understand. Can you hold on to your Outer Wilds copium? There was a time. There was a time when I had Outer Wilds written down on a calendar to play on stream. And then I disappeared. Not because of Outer Wilds, but still happened. I don't know what. I don't really play. I mean, recently I haven't been playing really anything off the stream. More about like news and stuff being boring and old. I sit here and I stare at my Steam list with all the games that I like to play, and I go, man, I have nothing to play. I was playing Stellaris like last week. But of course, I play one Stellaris game and then I'm kind of good for months. Don't really need to play another one. I know this might be controversial, but I don't think Stellaris playthroughs are all that different from each other. Even when you do change your stuff, maybe I just need to play around with more of the origins. Maybe I'll find something really different and interesting. But they're all pretty much the same. You might go about it in different ways, but the goal is, you know, get your military to a point where you can defeat the endgame crisis. It's like, eh. I think we're saying, yeah, like, you're going to work jobs in the same way. You're going to build up alloys. Maybe you do alloys in a slightly different way, but you're going to get alloys. I would love to roleplay in Stellaris, and you can, to a certain extent, for sure. But you do have to do the same things, even when you're roleplaying, if you want to win or live. So, Source core is the same. Minerals, alloys, research, fleet. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. You want to play old RPG or new RPG? I mean, I'm kind of open to anything. I do like nice looking graphics. It doesn't have to be like super realistic, but I do like nice looking graphics. It may turn me off from playing if I don't like the look of it, because if I'm going to sit here for hours staring at my screen, I want to enjoy looking at it. Probably 4X games. You play them once, you played them all. Grand Strategy moxed up more because starting ratio positions. True. To be fair though, at the same time, eventually EU4, it's just the same thing each and every time. But there is more deviation in how you do it, for me. Did you play Dragon Quest 11? 11? I haven't played any of them, but they made 11? That's a lot of sequels to make. Underrail? I've never heard of Underrail. Underrail. Oh. It's got good reviews. Turn-based isometric indie role-playing game. Exploration and combat. Set in the distant future, when life on Earth's surface has long since been made impossible, the remnants of humanity now dwell in the Underrail. Oh man. $15. Maybe. I'll add it to the wish list so I can look at it in more detail. Seems interesting. Interesting. Moon Ring? Man, now I'm doing research. Moon Ring. Boom. It's free. Yo, I like free things. Free is good. Yeah, that's not quite the graphic type I like. Well, add it to the wish list so I can look at it in detail later. I'm always open to game ideas. We got Dragon Quest as well. Dragon D's nuts. Got him. Easy. Who's that easy? There's a definitive edition and a regular edition. What is this? I don't know. I don't know. I will look into all of these after stream, maybe, if I remember. I could forget. The only downside to playing Dragon Quest is that eventually the game is over. Well, that is kind of the point of all games, though. I say that Endless Space 2 is able to stave off the problem of played them once, played them all, especially with the Galaxy generation and the faction diversity. You will ensure I don't forget Factorio. I will not forget Factorio. I know that Factorio exists. If you have Baldur's Gate 2 or Baldur's Gate 1, you can replay them or play first time maybe. Yeah, I have not played either of them, but I do own both of them. I do. I got them for super cheap. I think it was the Steam summer sale before Baldur's Gate 3 came out. Because I played the playtest version of BG3. So I was like, man, I really like this. I should play the older ones, and then I never did. Neverwinter Nights 2 is such a great game. I remember playing like the Neverwinter MMO on Xbox. But I know that what you're talking about is different. Not quite right, but Vampire Survivor is a fun, super fun bullet heaven. What do you mean by bullet heaven? The OG Neverwinter Nights would be a great game to play. 3.5, my beloved. I played one game of 3.5. We only did like one combat encounter. We won, by the way. Huge W for me. Neverwinter 1 and 2 was so good. All right, well, maybe we'll check those out. I don't know. Play the 1991 Neverwinter Nights MMO. Didn't think of that. Okay, all right. Hold on a second. Number one, I'm not. Okay, I'm not. I was born in 1999, so I couldn't have played the one in 1991. Don't be mean. Okay. I don't even know what it was called. I think it's just Neverwinter, right? It's just called Neverwinter, I think. It was the first Let's Play you ever watched back in the olden days. So the Let's Play is 150 episodes each, 10 minutes, 350 episodes each, 10 minutes long. Oof. That is rough. That is rough. Instead of dodging enemy bullets, you fire infinite bullets at encroaching enemies. So like Plants vs. Zombies. Got it. YouTube with video length caps? That'd be weird. Don't tell them about that though. They might bring it back. A prodigy playing games from birth? No. No, this is not true. I did not start playing games until I don't know when exactly. I don't know if it was on the Wii or on the DS first, DSi. But it's one of them. Well, actually, the first thing was my friend's Game Boy. He and his brother had Game Boys. And so when I went over to their house, I'd play on the Game Boy. I'd be like, oh, it's so cool. Can I have one? My parents were like, no. Turns out they were probably right. They were probably right in not giving me video games at an early age. Who knows what would happen to my brain? I mean, I've got brain rot now. Imagine starting a couple years earlier. Not good. Not good. I would have never gone outside as a kid. I think it would have been the DSi though that I got first, which means Mario Kart, baby. That's what it was. Mario Kart would have been the first games. Mario Kart Cooking Mama also had that game. Classic. You know how it is. Pretty game, but look. New game that looked like the 90s is Scald. Scald Against the Black Priority. It's 10 to 15 hour RPG. That's pretty good. Only 10 to 15 hours. My mom was playing Age of Empires late at night because apparently I didn't let people sleep when I was a baby. I mean, I also didn't, but they just drove me around until I went to sleep. I was looking at Age of Empires yesterday as well. I was like, oh, maybe I should play this. Maybe I should get into Age of Empires. I was like, I don't know. I was looking at 4 since it's the most recent one, but I know that 2 is the most popular one for the old people who are like, oh, back in my day, video games were better. I understand that, but I would be more drawn to the newer one. Even so. You got a Game Boy when you were 8 and played Pokemon Ruby and Emerald repeatedly. Nice. Nice. Yep, I was slow in the Pokemon. I wasn't allowed to watch it growing up. It was bad. No. No Pokemon. No Simpsons. No SpongeBob. I wasn't allowed to watch these things. Did I still manage to watch them? Yes. I have very fond memories of my sister and I when we were still really little and we were still sharing a room. And we had this TV in there. And we would go and we'd sit right next to the screen on the lowest volume level. And we would watch Pokemon. And we'd have to really put our ears up against it. And it was like the old box TVs. So you could feel the static on it. And so you'd get close to it and it was like that tingly feeling. It's like, who's that Pokemon? And we'd sit there late into the night watching. Good times. And then eventually I was allowed to start interacting with video games and stuff. And then the rule was no GTA. And so I went to my neighbor's house and played GTA. I almost died at their house too. I almost flipped a 3-wheeler on top of myself. Didn't die though. No SpongeBob? No SpongeBob. Wasn't allowed. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you what about SpongeBob specifically was so terrible. They didn't let me watch South Park, which honestly, huge W for my parents. Sorry to those of you that enjoy South Park. I think you're weird. I don't think it's funny. I think it's kind of bad, actually. But maybe it's just because I never watched it growing up, so I have no connection to it. I've never played any of the Pathfinder games, no. Depresso mode. Damn. Depresso mode? Depresso? I mean, hey, at least you're out here saying the truth. We all in Depresso mode sometimes, you know? Still very grateful to whatever exec at Microsoft look at Age of Empires 15 years after the last release and said, make me a new game, remakes of all the others, and consistently good DLC for everything. Hey, it makes money. You're also a South Park hater? At this point, I've seen episodes of it, and I kind of just go, why? Why? I don't need to watch this. No. But no, I didn't grow up with SpongeBob or anything like that. You may find this hard to believe, though I'm sure some of you can probably already clock this. I was very much a Disney kid growing up. Everything I watched was Disney. which I like the old classic Disney movies on VHS, and then eventually, you know, like Disney Channel, stuff like that. That's what I grew up watching. So, yeah, that's what I watched, and I wasn't allowed to watch anything else. South Park doesn't work anymore because American reality is what they thought is funny fiction. Same reason I felt for Simpsons. Yeah. Simpsons not gonna say it. Yeah, I have the same feeling about The Simpsons as I do about South Park. I watch it and I go, I don't know why I would watch this. First concert you went was a Hannah Montana one? Yo, that's sick. That's sick. No, my sister was really into Hannah Montana growing up. Like, really loved it. We still have a couple Hannah Montana Christmas ornaments. We put it every year. It's one of those ornaments where you can click a button and it plays a song. We also have a couple of High School Musical ones. Classic. Sister was in love with Troy Bolton growing up, of course. Good times. We were Disney kids through and through. Kingdom Come Deliverance, such a massive RPG, and a sequel is coming out soon. I saw that they're making a sequel. I do have the first one. I played through part of the first one, but I accidentally played through like a DLC of it initially, and so I stopped playing as what's-his-face. And, well, it's like where you go back. I think you play as the love interest from the village or something like that. I don't remember it exactly. But all I know is it took 10 hours. I was bored as hell, and I was like, yeah, I'm done playing this game. So it kind of ruined it for me. It was so good when Miley Cyrus left and Hannah Montana showed up. So sad that Hannah Montana died. Man. Rest in peace. It's a good thing that Miley Cyrus carries the torch. Who knew Futurama was a lucky one because it died? Yeah, I didn't watch Futurama either. I haven't watched really any of those kind of shows. I don't know. I just wasn't interested. I remember it was my freshman year of college when Big Mouth came out. People were like, "Oh yeah, dude, I love Big Mouth. It's great." And I was like, "That's cool." Anyways, I'm gonna go back to watching Star Trek. So I think I had my priorities straight. To be absolutely clear, I regret nothing. While people were watching Big Mouth, I watched through the entirety of the original series and Next Generation, and I think that was the better decision. I do. The only problem is I burnt myself out of Star Trek because I watched original series into Next Gen nonstop. So I went through 2 whole different Star Treks, and then I tried to start watching Deep Space Nine, right? I think that's the next one, and I was done. Burnt it out. Eventually I have to get back and watch it and get through the rest of the Star Trek stuff, but oof, I burnt myself out hard on that one. Remember the random Nickelodeon crossovers? Yeah, Disney did that too eventually. Nickelodeon was first, but Disney did get to it. Well, actually, I don't think Nickelodeon was first. I think, was it Boomerang? Boomerang was probably the first one to start doing that. When they had all of their different like shows connecting together with like random things. Good times. DS9 is such a different Trek, so that's fair. Well, it wasn't even that it was different. It was just I had watched so much Star Trek, and I was like, I have to do something different. I need something different that is just not connected to it at all, and I just have never gone back. Watch Stargate SG-1. It's a great series. I've watched a Stargate show. I don't remember which one it is, though. I think it's Atlantis. Is that what it is? Stargate? Yeah, that's what it is. I watched Stargate Atlantis. Couldn't tell you most of the plot. I remember things about the main plot. Like, I know eventually about the enemies and stuff, but most of it, I don't remember. But I did enjoy it. I do remember that. I think I watched it all. But yeah, I have not watched Stargate SG-1, so maybe I do need to go back and watch that at some point. It's just backlash when I saw a clip from the new Fairy Godparents. Ooh, another one I wasn't allowed to watch. Let's make games growing up. Also watched a lot of cartoons like Ed, Ed and Eddie, Looney Tunes, SpongeBob, and Mythbusters. I watched Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes was something I was allowed to watch, but Ed, Ed and Eddie was a no-go. SpongeBob was a no-go. The Kids Next Door was a no-go for a while. Eventually, I was watching it, but initially, not allowed. I make it sound like I grew up in a prison. I mean, it wasn't that bad. There are certain cartoons I couldn't watch. I just watched different cartoons. Rewatched all 10 seasons of Stargate 1, 3 movies, 5 seasons of Atlantis at the start of the year. I don't think I've seen the movies for Stargate Atlantis. I didn't know there was any. I think I just watched the show and I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. So I guess I have homework to do. I guess I got to get back to it. Oh, are they not tied to Atlantis? Okay. Movies are for Stargate 1. Ah, okay. Do I watch the movies after the show? Or is it one of those things where you need to watch the movies in between certain episodes? Watched a lot of Outer Limits as a child? I don't know what that is. Outer Limits. What the fuck? Damn, you're old. Yeah, I never heard of this. That's for sure. It's like a sci-fi thing. Interesting. Just watch them on stream. I think that meta's already left, right? The watching cartoons on stream. It's already gone. I don't think I can get away with that anymore. Not that I think there are Twitch reps in here being like, what is Pulling Mew up to today? What is he doing? But I'm pretty sure they just permaban me and not worry about it. We've seen Netflix Gundam series. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion, but it's too cool to look away. I have not, no. One movie is set before the first episode, one is set after the 8th season, and one after the end of the 10th season. Oh, wow, so you got to warm up the movie. Okay. I just finished watching The Gentleman last night on Netflix. It was a pretty good show. I liked it. I'm not thrilled with how it ended, but I get why they ended it the way they did. I get it, but I wasn't thrilled with it. Outer Limits is the Twilight Zone, essentially. Gotcha. I remember I watched the Twilight Zone in English class in like 6th grade. It was also the teacher who brushed his teeth in class every day and was very weird. Even as a 6th grader, we kind of knew that he was weird in ways that are not great. Yeah, and he had us watch the Twilight Zone for some reason. I don't remember why. There's open source for a lot of cartoons, especially older ones. Really. But yeah. Yep. We've gone on this trip of memory lane of talking about the cartoons we've watched. I also have to play through all the Remedy games, aka Alan Wake, Quantum Break, and Control. It's a lot of games I gotta play. It's a lot of games I gotta play. As far as traditional sci-fi, Babylon 5 was pretty good. I was supposed to play for it in your heart, for Stargate, and Farscape. Babylon 5? Babylon 5. This just looks like off-brand Star Trek. Came out in 1994. Ambitious, complex, futuristic space opera charts 5 years in the lives of those above the titular 5-mile-long space station. Babylon 5. Interesting. I don't know how public domain laws work. I'm not a public domain lawyer. How long for public domain? show works created after January 1st. Okay, this is the United States. Works created after January 1st. It lasts for the life of the author plus 70 years. Anonymous or works made for hire or pseudonymous. Copyright lasts for 95 years from the first publication date or 120 years from creation, whichever comes first. Works published before 1978 varies on several factors. For example, works published in the United States before 1926 are in the public domain. Works published between 1928 and 1963 that had a notice but were not renewed are also in the public domain. Unauthorized publication. Some earlier works may still be protected if they were recently published without authorization. In this case, the 95-year copyright term only begins on the date of authorized publication. Oh, there you go. All copyright terms ends at the end of the calendar year in which they would otherwise expire. For example, a book published April 11th, 1928 would enter the public domain on January 1st, 2024. There you go. That's your not legal advice, history lesson for the day. I hope you all enjoyed your learning. If that's the case, things posted for you. Well, it said it was different. There's only stuff after the 70s that's applied to. It's different for things before the 70s. I don't know. Well, someone did ask me to only chat for 1 hour today. Well, they asked me to chat for an hour, so I did it. We did chat for an hour. But I think the Dahui is calling out to be played. I think it must expand. It will grow larger. So I can turn that off. No music allowed. Yap, double or nothing? Wait, double what? Just double the time? Hold on, I don't even benefit from double or nothing. It's just more yapping. I don't have anything else to yap about. That was it. I'm out of yap spots. Also, I'm on the edge of my seat for you. What are you going to say? Also. Are we continuing our new run? We're continuing. We're not done yet. Let's keep going. Ooh. Maybe I should just take a nap instead. Damn. Eepy, bro. Eepy. Alien Nation, you saying is awesome? 1988. I don't know. That's pretty old. Are you saying it's awesome in like a funny way or awesome as in a quality way? I'm looking at the review scores here, and it doesn't look like it's awesome in a quality way. But maybe they just didn't understand. Aliens got drunk on spoiled milk. Oh, okay. So it's awesome in a funny way. Got it. A Poe sleep stream? I shouldn't do that. I might actually fall asleep. I shouldn't be playing like that. I shouldn't be messing around. Sit in LA? Of course. I mean, if you're going to destroy a city in the United States, New York and LA are kind of the top two things. I am talking about movies. FBI, please. Specifically. Talking about if you want to destroy cities in the U.S. in movies. LA, New York. Usually the top two you're going to go to. Last year was nap time, 50 years of drilling. It was not 50 years of drilling, okay? It was like 30. Calm down. It wasn't that bad. Alrighty, hello to the Yap skippers, you little rascals. How dare you skip the Yap. Also, that reminds me, I still have to make the thumbnail for this and actually get the VODs up. I'll make sure to do that after stream. That is going to be it. But yes, hello, welcome. We are playing as Dahui. We have finally gotten through our drilling for the 75% professionalism that we needed. So now we are continuing on with our mission tree here pretty well. With some admin points, we can get a tier 7 government reform, but we do have claims that we can go after, that being Insir and in Nugden Sarai, and to our luck, they are allied to each other. Neither of them have a truce with us. So we could co-belligerize everybody. We can call in Buvari to help us out as well. So let's make sure that we are doing that. Let me grab another cannon for this stack. Stop drilling and stop drilling. I guess you stop drilling as well. Move north. And you're going to move up to here. And I do have a capital fort, but it's only level 1. There's a bunch of forts up here that Nugden Sarai has, so we're going to have to move up and deal with that. We can turn that off in a little bit. Now, our biggest concern right now is our governing capacity. We are at our governing capacity. I could sell titles to build a bunch of these. I think I will. Even though I like the extra reform progress growth, making sure that I can keep taking land where I need to is pretty important. We can also get a little bit more governing capacity from the estates. I want to try and hold off giving that out if we can help it. We may have to. What do you mean, woo, the yap is finally over? Yap skippers. Yap skippers, yap not enjoyers. Imagine not enjoying the yap. Imagine having such bad taste. You can stop drilling because you have rebels to deal with. Thank you. Ma Huang. Oh, right. Right. We have a different plan, actually. Glad I just remembered. Different plan. And that plan is to go and annex Verkal Ozavar. Because Verkal Ozavar currently has Mo Huang as a vassal. And so we were going to go and annex him so that way we can take this big vassal down here for ourselves. So let's redirect our troops a bit. And once we can get a claim... which I can't do... I can't do because I don't have a border. That's unfortunate. I bet you if I threaten war for this province, they'll give it to me. I betcha. Alright, bring you guys back down. They can actually keep drilling for now, since we have to build up these spy networks. We can get a new government reform. Tier 6, we are not going to click that button. We do not need to. Because we're about to get one for free. Alright, to the Empire Servants, we've reached level 5 in government reforms. We're going to lose 100 admin points. We have 25 provinces with a barracks and courthouse. Centuries of division into bickering statelets have left Yanshen a patchwork of administrative styles and divisions. The court eunuchs, the civil administrators of the Yanshen, and the marshals all compete for influence in our burgeoning empire. These power struggles only serve to compromise the efficiency of Dahui's bureaucracy, and therefore our military and security. These different administrators must be molded into one cohesive unit to properly serve the Dragon Throne. Lose 100 admin points. We get the Military Administration's Tier 7 government reform, which gives 10% manpower recovery speed, minus 15% military advisor cost, 10% nobility loyalty equilibrium. It also makes our mil advisors super cheap. And I should be able to choose a Tier 6 for free. So... on one hand, I'm slightly tempted by States General. On the other hand, I don't really think it fits our country well. So Royal Decree is most likely what we're going to want. Aristocratic Court is also not terrible. Stacking the improved relations is really good since we're taking Diplo ideas. Don't really want Parliament. It gets replaced, right? Yeah. It is, in fact, going to get replaced once I have 100% professionalism. So it's not going to be for a while. But for now, I think aristocratic court brings the best bang for our buck. So let's go ahead and do that. You can drill. You can drill. You took espionage ideas. No, you didn't. Oh, you just have plus 50% foreign spy detection in your national ideas. Damn. That's pretty good. For you, not for me. It's bad for me. But it is pretty good to stop me from getting my claims. We do need to go help this guy out. This is our vassal, by the way. This green tag. They're our little homie. They will serve us well. Yeah, our military is far and away the best one around. 87 ducats a month. I don't know if that's real 87. It might be, though. Compared to money that we get from the trade fleet from the Lake Fed. Imagine espionage next. I mean, it would be pretty good for him. The Sunken Temple. We actually read this yesterday. We'll gain that inno. That'll be A-OK. Rebecca Kerr wants an alliance. He is allied to Buvari. I will accept. I will accept to try and slow Jad down from expanding any more into Holest. Last thing I want is to deal with that. Oh, dude. Harpies. Love them. Love harpies. I'm on the harpy train now. Love harpies. They're great. Evergreen piety. One of the unique things about the temples, besides their intimidating size and height, is their ability to invoke the spiritual side of people in the province of a high temple. Soldiers are known, after guarding the high temples for a decent amount of time, or after their service time, to lay down their arms and join the local priesthood in the temple. Mostly describe it as a religious call within themselves, but many officers and court members suggest that the temples do influence the people in a way we don't know why or how. Lose 1,000 manpower, gain 2 base tax in Tianlu. Not bad. Well, seems that we're about to lose our alliance with Buvari. Not sure why Buvari feels like they have the authority to expand here. Okay, he will join. We need to co-belligerize Verkalozavar for sure. Yeah, it's 30% war score. We absolutely have to. We'll call in Kudet Kai. Wait, what do they want? I'll call them in, but I'm gonna not call them in immediately. Oh boy. Let's do a couple of things. Number 1. Ask Kudet Kai to prepare for war. Number 2. Get that, I guess. Number 3. No! I closed it, man. Shit. No, we're not going to burn it. It is what it is. Is what it is. We done goofed. When you done goof, you done goof. Now, Ma Huang does still have that War Wizard, which is very fun. I am now going to call in Kudet Kai on my side. Buvari can suck it. You have no right to be declaring on Ma Huang. Zero right. I don't care if you have claims. You have so many other places where you can expand that would be more valuable to you. You could have declared war on Quebec Teleni. Look at all those claims. So absolutely not. I will not accept you doing this. I will, in fact, contest it. I do not need you as an ally. I just wanted you as an ally. What they declared on freaking Ma Huang. There's literally no reason why they should. Look at all their claims. They went for this, which is just useless land. No. Only I get to call in my allies to screw them over, not the other way around. Also, I'm going to build a fort in my vassal's capital. I may just want to Scooter jump, to be honest with you. Maybe the better idea. Did they get a mission tree? Who? Buvari? I don't know. I guess that's a good question. How did they get all these claims? I don't know. It's a good question. Might be an event? Maybe. Yeah, no, they definitely don't have a mission tree. For sure. So I don't know. Maybe they're cheating. If in doubt, just blame them that they're cheating. Ah, you're cheating. Let's go deal with these troops up here. They're sieging our poor vassal down. They have not done anything wrong. They're just helping out in this war. All right, this is our war wizard. I forgot that we have a war wizard. We got it through an event. This is not the greatest fight of all time. But Kudet Kai is here to reinforce. They're going to take care of that. For some reason, Buvari is not at war with Verkal Ozavar. Verkal Ozavar refused to defend Buvari. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. It's a little weird that he didn't defend. Because he defended when we attacked. I didn't look at how close he was to not joining though, so that could be it. We can get +2 Diplo rep from Diplo ideas here, and it also completes our another national idea. Yanshen. Our empire is split into dozens of Yanshen, administrative districts ruled by an official assigned via the Civil Examination Service. As many of them hail from the Yanshen, they oversee and report directly to the imperial court, or our remote territories are administered with great efficiency despite their distance to the capital. Minus 0.1 monthly autonomy change. That's really good. Really, really nice. More governing capacity, please. Thank you. We don't need all these troops here. Unnecessary attrition. I'm a little worried that Buvari is going to take a bunch of land. It's going to be sad. Very sad. We also have to fight Quebec Teleni. We should probably just get down there now and start dealing with that. Get to it. You have the War Wizard. 5 siege. Just get to it. Why did you do this, Buvari? You didn't have to do this. Like, you made the decision to go against me here. Just remember that. You're saying that they could have gotten claims from the basic missions? No, because this is permanent claims. We're missing something. You don't get permanent claims from the basic missions here, especially within multiple regions. Like, he has claims on the Rahan coast, but he also has claims outside of the Rahan coast. Yeah, it's got to be an event. It's got to be an event of some kind. Maybe it's from the collapse of the Raj? Maybe it's... That's actually my best bet. Or best guess. Is the collapse of the Raj. You need to be drilling. I do need to build more forts. You need a fort. You need a fort. You need a fort. You need one as well. And then I'll need one right here. Okay, Verkho Ozavar has been taken. This is the peace deal we want. We annex Verkho Ozavar, then we... We are home free. The capital's down here. By home free, I mean we will get Ma Huang as a subject. If we can do this before Buvari can peace out, that'd be great. So that way I can prevent them from taking anything, but I don't think we will. It says that he only wants these 2 provinces. So maybe it's best if I just let him take those 2 provinces. But of course, I don't know. I don't like giving up any land at all in any capacity whatsoever. But it might just be easier in the long run for us to give up land and then maybe try and get it back somehow. So that somehow being, you know, violence. You done coring things, by the way? Yes. I think default missions give permanent claims on neighboring areas. Permanent claims? Jad has a mission that gives them claims. Maybe that is it. Really? That could be it then. It could have been Jad. Big brain, Chatter. Big brain. That's a good point. I didn't even think about Jad. I thought that they had to be allied, though. But maybe it's just an opinion thing. Well, they hate each other now. But at some point, they might have gotten those claims. They might have been allied at some point, and we just didn't see at the time. Freaking Jad. Always ruining everything. Oh, and a general died as soon as they got to that province. So, who wants to be a general? We will need generals today, for sure. And not just ones that we want to drill so they die immediately. Generals that actually get to live and participate in our country. Okay, Froyo. Alright. Don't do it. Don't give me the 2 fire pips. Okay. That's 3 fire pips. You're in the clear. Conquer new states gets permaclaims on every neighboring province. Really? I didn't think it was permaclaims. Well, in that case, I apologize for saying that you were wrong. Oh. And Buvari took the 3 provinces they had claims on and released Nagon. And gave Ping Hoi some land back. Unfortunate. Bet to Lenny. War reps and money, please. Thank you. Give me this. Now you... Huh? Huh? Hello? What the fuck? When did he get those provinces? I'm burning. When did he get those ones? I guess I just kind of assumed that he would just have his one little spot. My bad. Whack. Whack, I say. Illegal, I say. They're not supposed to have land outside their one province unless they go through their mission tree. And I know they haven't gone through their mission tree. Also, if I steal a vassal, do the people who are supporting their independence still support their independence? Or does it get reset? Because if they keep it, that's going to be rough. Dwarves stay winning. It makes sense the dwarves would greedily grab up Ma Huang. We handed them Ma Huang on a plate. On a plate, I say. We really did. I mean, we killed their entire army, and that's what allowed them to click the mission to vassalize them. Well, now, that's going to be even more war score. Like, I don't want the land, is the thing. I don't want the land down there. Like, I'm going to feed the provinces I take from Ma Huang right back to them. I don't want it. Maybe I can release another vassal in the dwarves' other land? Like, it's a waste of governing capacity for me at the moment to hold on to it. Oh. Eepy. So incredibly eepy, bro. Yeah, they do own this shit. That's true. They do own it. Oh boy, it's going to be a lot of war score that we need to take. But luckily, Righteous Path is not too popular at the moment. Oh, they're high philosophy. Dang it. Never mind. Never mind, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, you need to move north. Deal with them. Then we will get that occupied. You need to give this over to me. Kudet Kai almost actually ruined it. Which is kind of funny in some ways. They almost blocked me off. Let's go grab this before Kudet Kai has a chance to. You can get back to drilling, right? Thank you very much. Once it's all occupied, then we can start estimating the amount of war score needed to make this happen. Move north. No. You don't get to beat up on my vassal and then walk away. You're gonna have a tough time. Powerful mage bastard child? Yeah, you wish. You wish that I would give up this 5/4/4 air. Ain't no way. There's no amount of magic they can have that make that worth it. The carvings of the ancestor, the monkey? High temples generally abound with embellishments in the form of murals, each narrating its unique tale. While certain paintings find clear and easily impenetrable explanations, others remain enigmatic, defying decipherment. Among these enigmatic artworks, one holds the center stage in an impassioned discourse. What is the nature of this creature? The majority of onlookers and scholars perceive it as a simian entity, yet an assertive faction contends that it is, in fact, a goblin. The debate has now escalated to a point where these groups have taken to labeling each other as ape lovers and goblin groupies. At this juncture, our sovereign's intervention is sought to educate and ascertain the true subject of the depiction. He's monkey. He's goblin. Neither, you buffoons, get your eyes checked. That is the funniest option, but not worth its stability. I will take the Diplo. He's monkey. The monkey. Speaking of the monkey, I Winston from Overwatch. From Overwatch 2 specifically. Also, Bavari did not release Nagon this time. Released 2 guys down here. They're going to try 6v6 in Overwatch 2 again. Funny. Remember when they made a whole ass second game and they're like, no, it's different, dude. And people are like, yeah, it's different. I was one of those people. It's like, no, it's going to be different. They're going to have the PvE. No, dude, they couldn't do it. Hell. Just thought I'd give you your daily Overwatch 2 update if you for some reason wanted that kind of thing. Let's send these troops over here. We'll go deal with the rebels. The command more like come end. Nice, got him. Eve the Lost, is your turn to be a general. Boom. Not bad. You know what? Froyo, I'll give you a second chance. You got scammed. You got scammed out of it. Boom. Yeah, alright. You're back to your 2 fire shenanigans. Some things never change. Well, it's 95% war score. We are going to use it. You don't need to stay here. You can come back down. We do need to siege down more of Ma Huang. Make sure we can actually make this happen. There's the Age of Unraveling. Lack of officers. Shit. I think we have to give up the professionalism. We do. That's so sad. All that drill. All that drill, and for what? For nothing. For nothing. Adventurers defeat bandits. That's great. Good job for those adventurers. They're doing their jobs. Build me more governing capacity. That's not governing capacity. This is. Ooh, that is the extent of improving our governing capacity. Okay. Not great. Not great at all. You can go ahead and reduce unrest real quick. Make sure that these rebels don't actually spawn. Appreciate it. While we wait for all these sieges to go through. Quebec to Lenny. Next money, war reps. Please break your alliance with Buvari. Don't want any of that. You. What's it at? 64% war score. Move back up here. Now, Ma Huang still has a decent amount of troops, but they're all down here in the south. So let's quickly get the rest of this siege down. Ma Huang's capital has fallen to Kudet Kai. This is, I believe, a full annexation of the dwarves. Right? Yes, like he hadn't even cored it all up. Okay, they're not going to give me any money. That's fine. Boom. You are now an autonomous vassal of Dahui, and you are still guaranteed, or your independence is supported by the Jad Empire. Disappointing. Disappointing, but not surprising. Well, let's give them some land, shall we? Patu, Rekalozavar, Wandid. You know what? We will grant our Harpy vassal all of this stuff. And now they can siege it. Question. If I get their independence under 50%, will Jad Empire stop supporting? Because I can probably make that happen. Let's go ahead and placate once. I can subsidize their army, and I can give them 10% of my manpower. It'll increase their opinion by 50. I will accept their royal marriage. And now, hopefully Jad Empire pisses off. Maybe. I'm just saying they could do that. Eventually, we could re-ally Buvari. Yeah, it seems the Jad Empire is going to be supporting their independence. That just means that we need to go to war with Jad Empire. Oh, this is going to be all scuffed. Hold on. Let me... Is there any way to edit this? I don't think so. 2, 3. That is the stack size. Grab you. Grab you. Perfect. You can go there. You can go here. Let's go get on the border with Seer. Oh, dude, bars. We're rhyming. We're rhyming. You're going to walk there. You are a siege stack that's going to move north. You're going to follow the siege stack. And you're going to walk around up here. We're going to go after Gawamid, apparently. Who has formed. They were able to annex their other vassal, which means their capital, yeah, is now over here. Okay. We'll declare war on Seer. We will co-belligerize Gawamid. And let's make... I think I want to take these 2 top states, right? Because I can't take everything. Yeah. Let's make Kanamori the war goal. We don't need anything from Sarlavahan right now, so I'm not going to worry about it. Doot, doot, doot. All right, move in. And move in, move in. Do you have the dip idea? Yeah, dip idea is not going to... It's not going to get it for us. Which is fine, by the way. How old's my heir? 10? Turn him into a war wizard. Our leader. 3 siege. It's not the greatest siege of all time. In fact, I wouldn't even say it's good. But it is there. You're going to go out to their capital. And you are going to split into stacks of 8 and start sieging things down. Why use bad war wizard? Because my good war wizard is over here in the south. That's why. Besides, if he dies, it's not a huge deal. Yeah, Mahuang is loyal, so they're going to bring their 35,000 troops up. They are behind on tech a little bit. But that's not the end of the world. I can stop subsidizing the armies. Because we are improving relations with them. And we can improve by quite a bit more. Let's improve with our subjects by 1. Yes, because we do need to do that. Oh, it's this one. I for a second I thought that Sertan was my vassal, and I was like, what? Huh? But no. Don't need to improve with our subjects at all. There is something about going to war with the command even before we have claims on them. For now, though, let's just improve with neighboring countries completely. You want to hydrate and dihydrate? You got it. Command Splinters get a mission tree? I don't think so. Bring all of you together here. So we can contest this. Seer is blasting through this fort. Not too much I can do about it, though. Except move these guys down and through. Hopefully Mahuang goes right towards them. It looks like he is. And we did win a siege, and they lost a siege, so that's nice. And he did not go straight towards him, but he will reinforce here. I don't think this gives us the stack wipe, but it does win it. Let's get you back out. Wow, we took their capital like immediately. Okay. When can I get there? Not by the month tick. It doesn't matter because Ma Huang just stack wiped him. Not sure what Seer was thinking, but we'll take it. I'm not going to complain. This and this. You know, I've missed some of the EU4 songs. I don't know what they're called is the thing, but I feel like I never get them anymore. I like the older songs that I remember them playing early on. Is it this one? Discovery? The Age of Discovery? Yeah, this is a good one. This is a classic one. I don't know. I feel like when I play Anbennar, I get the same songs. Maybe I'm just being weird though. It's all in my head. But it feels like the same songs. Which is fine, because most of them are good. But sometimes it's nice to have something different too. Nooble, you are pretty good. Team shuffle instead of... Yeah, I have context sensitive shuffle on, I guess. That's a good point. Maybe I should turn that off. And then we'll get intense war music when we're out of war, and we'll get peaceful music when we are at war. I guess I could just skip at that point. Okay. You all need to be doing something, please. Can you shuffle? The weight on those seems quite high. Well, let's try it. Let's change it up. Let's just turn regular shuffle on. We'll see what happens. Hey, where you going, bud? Where are you running off to? Where do you think you're going? We want a siege somewhere. The Seer siege. Okay. Influenza, and that is a stack wipe on Guamid, who does have 24,000 troops left. Get the 10,000 cannons over to this level 2 fort. If it's not Guamid, it's going to suck. To say the least. I mean, we could do something like this. Not bad. It's a decent peace deal for us. How close to difficulty is? Very. So, I mean, we'll be able to take a little bit more. Now, I don't know where the rest of Guamid's troops are. But I am going to keep being a little bit aggressive here. If he catches me out, he catches me out. Don't know exactly where they are. Move down. They could be up here in the forest is the thing. Is it 25% more? It's 20%. Oh, but if we can get to this admin efficiency, that would be kind of sweet. I don't think we're going to be able to. Turn those war taxes off. Treasure fleet moment. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to, but it's okay. I will start building a bunch of manufactories. Remember, we need... Ooh, actually, we're going to build the manufactories I just clicked on, but we need to build farm states. For grains of rice and salt. We need 20 farm estates and 100% manpower. So that way I can get access to a poem in people. For unification. Is a priority of ours. Up here, you guys move on through. See how it goes. These troops can go back to drill now. I will take that Diplo idea for minus 20% province war score cost. It's down to 78. I think that's everything we need, right? I think so. I think that's all of our claims. Yeah. That's pretty good. I mean, we have to 100% them, but we can do that. Okay, we know they're not around here, so let's do some actual micro. One and one. Let's send one there, one to here, two to here. 282 admin, by the way. Yep. And they're permanent claims. Well, that's why it's so cheap. They're permanent claims. Okay, so I think we just send these troops back to drill as well. I'm not sure what they're really going to bring to the table. In all honesty. If I try and bring them up here, I don't think it's going to help much. Like, we can only carpet siege so fast, right? Just the reality of how it works. You three can move down to here. Actually, you three can move here. I do see that he has some of his troops over here in the west, so we just need to keep an eye on them to make sure they don't try and sneak behind us. Is there a fort? Yeah, there is. We already knew about it though, because we're sieging it down. Move out here. Split up. Split up. Ooh, you know what this makes me feel like? Like I'm playing a horde. But I don't get to click the funny button and raise. Oh, where's minority spears? Okay. And we're making plenty of money to where I can probably get this guy to level 4. Our military advisors are more expensive than our admin and diplo ones, but they're still pretty dirt cheap, all things considered. But imagine if we can complete these two. It would put us behind on Miltech 12. And we can already take everything we have claims on, so I don't think we need to push for the admin efficiency. I think we'll be fine. There's like an optimization that we don't actually need to make. You need to catch them. Does Guam have movement speed? They did take horde ideas. I don't remember if horde ideas give movement speed or not. I'm going to be honest. I probably should know as a horde enjoyer. But I don't. We can get a new reform though. Tier 8. We could go war economy for minus 10% regiment cost. I kind of want to do it. Just so we can stack regiment cost reductions. Because if we take quantity as well, then that would be minus 40% regiment cost, which is kind of funny. Now, is it as good as, say, economic theory for us? No, it's not. But I do think it's funny, so I'm going to do it. I also think it fits with Dahui. The economical security of the state is based on our ability to wage and win wars. Manufactories in our state have no other purpose than fueling our military ambitions. Does make our ships cheaper as well, which is good since I need to build 40 heavies at some point. I want the silk. Yeah, it's 10% off our building heavies, and we have minus 15% naval maintenance modifier that we can shift over to, which I think I will. It's 50 crowns, doesn't matter. So that'll make it cheaper when we do have them. We also have Call of the High Seas in this era. We also have Religious Wars, which, funnily enough, Religious Wars is not going to be that great for us because most of the people we have to take on is high philosophy. So we may even just go for Call of the High Seas first and then build our heavies. That may be what we need to do. Speaking very fast today, and I don't know why. Bruno Try, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate it. One more month for 2 years. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well today. You can be peaced out. Give me a trade power as well. I don't really care about your claims or anything. I could mess with it to get a little bit more prestige. Why not? Dahui Particulars. Hey. Well, that's not very nice. I don't know things about being a tyrannical monarch, but Pluto has 5% regiment cost. If I could, I would. To be completely honest with you. Is there anywhere else that needs development? No, it doesn't look like it. There's nowhere else specifically that needs development. Let me spend my admin points on expanding infrastructure in these Silk provinces. Giving us more building slots. And 10% from a policy with trade? If I could, I would. But I don't think we have any reasonable way to flip. Here's the thing. The unfortunate thing. But if we can find a way to flip plutocratic, maybe. But if it requires us... If it requires us to, like, flip into a republic, I don't really want to do that. To be honest with you. But we'll see. Yeah, it's the one thing I really don't want to do. Like, the memes would be funny, but I don't think it's worth the memes. Did I not peace out with you? I didn't have a diplomat. Or peace deal for you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, people are gonna get mad. Oh, baby. We've lost the less AE as well. So all these guys are going to start getting mad at us. I could ally Sarnavan, maybe? If only temporarily for a truce type stuff. Let's go over the top and try and kill these 12k troops. They may just walk through. Nope. They did not. They decided to sit there and die instead. Fine by me. 5 there. 5 there. You guys need to come back together. You can actually go back to drill. Parliament have Pluto? No. I don't think Parliament gets access to Pluto. Not that I know of. You need to go deal with these rebels. You can continue to expand. Carpet season with the cannon, as one does. Isn't it AE because it'll be over government cap? No, the AE is because I'm taking a hell of a lot of land from someone who's the same religion. That's why there's so much AE. I'm just saying we're getting more because we have lost the AE reduction from the age bonus. Just doesn't help. You need to chase these guys down. Where did they go? Come here. Where are you? You can move back down so you can start drilling. People in the Chinese tech room get a tier 1 reform that allows plutocratic. You're talking about plutocracy. But we can't switch off of Radiant Empire. Nor would I want to. I think we'll be fine. Like, we're still going to have super cheap troops. Still going to be super cheap. I don't think we need to worry about that. Where did he go? We're only -3 regions away. Let's just get this stuff occupied so we can get out of this war. We could have gotten it earlier. Oh, you're saying we could have done... Yeah, but we do need to get through quality for our mission tree. So, I also just maxed out on admin. Actual L moment. Just stab up. We love stab 3. And I can take 83 ducats as a treat. Funny. Alright, pathetic barbarism. The riders of the terror birds have struck fear into the hearts of many Yan, as the name would imply. Nevertheless, we have faced worse terrors. Our marshals know that no matter how fearsome the bird, with a big enough blade and a hot enough fire, it can be beheaded, plucked, and roasted. Already they are devising plans to burn the steppe, to deny fodder for their mounts, and trample these barbarians into submission. We gain a permanent claim on the Odhenagu region, and for 15 years we get training the terror birds for 10% cav combat ability, 50% cav flanking ability. Now, once we own all of this, get a claim on the Gozengun subcontinent. Will give us a treasure fleet port as well, and we'll convert some stuff. Cool. Okay. Yeah, it's quality, quantity. No, it's quality, quantity, or something else. Defensive or offensive? Quantity, quality, defensive or offensive. And have 90% professionalism. We lose 53,000 manpower? But it does give us more drill gain. How much army drill gain do we have right now? 175. It'll give us another 25%. So it gets up to 200% army drill gain. Which is kind of nuts. Let's start coring all that up. Let's go to the merchants. We have to give them the governing capacity. And the adventurers. We have to give them governing capacity as well. We just don't have a choice. Just is what it is. And then from Seer. Unfortunate. Like, we could take it. I think what we're going to do is sit on the war for a second here. We can go to speed 5 while we sit here. And we'll wait. We will wait, we will wait, and we will wait. We can afford the war exhaustion. It's not a big deal. We'll wait for us to core everything up. It should be super fast. It's permanent claims. I'm going to finish quality ideas here. 10% artillery combat ability, 5% discipline. It also enables the Liquor Act, which gives 15% reinforce speed and plus 15% recover army morale speed. Not the greatest of all time. We have a war-weary population. They can handle the war exhaustion. We could start rebuilding the highway in the upper Yanshen. No. What? No, because we need to core all of this up. And it's going to be 501. Which we don't want to deal with that. Yeah, people are going to get real mad at us real fast. You can drill. Go back from off Wong. Go to the business. I would upgrade the monument, but we're not going to. Where is grain? Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have 4 of those so far. Saying we're going to have rebels. We're going to have rebels. Rebels. So let's make sure we're ready for those. You deal with them. Alexander the Great.
Got Zam.
Thank you for the 24 months. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Another 2 years. A lot of 2 years going on today. And by a lot, I mean 2. Well, that feels like a lot to me. That's crazy. Appreciate it, guys. We have 1 year till we can do this. Rebels in my harpies? Dude, I hate it when I get rebels in my harpies. That's just the worst. Thank you. Come on back up. You can also move down, start drilling. Now, I don't know if I want to state this stuff up here. I feel like Dahui is the kind of tag that wants to state everything. So I will probably have to do that. We'll see. Well, it feels like with the Yanification Edict, if it's an edict, they probably want states. So yeah, you gotta say it all. All right. It is what it is. This admin tech will help. It'll give us another 100 government capacity, and I can start building state houses. My heir is ready to take over. I think we take this next Diplo idea, and then we abdicate. Sizguantai revolts. The loyal subjects of Dahui have long carried the enormous burden of the Dragon Emperor's constant wars without complaints. Today, they've decided that they actually want to die. Oh, okay. It's a weird way to say that, but I suppose if they're allowed to, you know, die if they want to. It's because we're over 5 war exhaustion, I think. You're all fine. None of you are that important anyways. Whoa, 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 whoa. Placate you. You need to stay in line. Wait a second. Wait a second. Didn't those rebels already rise up? Hold on a moment. Are we almost done with these cores? Yes, we are. What the fuck? What is this? Apparently I need to peace out. Alright. Fine. Message received, assholes. I want to reduce this war exhaustion, but I'm not going to. Yeah, it wants me to rival Buvari. What if I just ally them instead? You ever think about that game? Hey, piss off. Why am I getting a bunch of events that are saying that people want to rise up? We're not even at war anymore. We're chilling. Yeah, they seem to have forgot about the... Yeah, exactly. They think I'm going to let them go. Like, no, I'll just kill you. It's fine. We need an improved relations guy. What is happening? Is this an event you can get when you're like over 5 war exhaustion or something? Like what the fuck is happening? Is this a Dahui thing? Am I missing something? If it's a Dahui thing, like, okay, fine, whatever. Like, yeah, that's fair. Like, this is just like random. Huh. OE. It is 220, but we were getting these when it was not 220, just so we're clear. Dahui wise, everyone. I can't yet. I don't have it unlocked. I can't do it yet. We don't have the ability to even do it. That's what I'm saying. You split in half. Dude. What is this? I don't like rebels for the sake of rebels. Nothing turns me off playing a nation for rebels than the sake of rebels. It is just owners having more than 6 war exhaustion? That's crazy. Because I've had times when I've had like 20 war exhaustion and I didn't have entire regions rising up in rebellion. That's whack. Well, we're free of it now. At least we should be. There we go. We're good. We should be good at least. Drill. Move beyond fang. Oh, this stack is scuffed. Oh no, are all my stacks scuffed? 2143, 2143. Yes. Yes is the answer. They are, in fact, all very much scuffed. Okay, so this one is just supposed to be a siege stack. So you move over here. Can I abdicate? Yes. All right, there is Diplo ideas completed. Minus 10% Diplo tech cost and lowering impact on stability from diplomatic actions. We have the Office of Integration. As the reach of our empire expands, we have recognized the need for an office solely devoted to the integration of new peoples and lands into the realm. Many candidates of the Imperial exams can now find great pay in what is rapidly becoming one of the busiest assignments in the Imperial government. Plus 5% admin efficiency. I also can get minus 0.05 war exhaustion, plus 1 diplo rep, or minus 0.05 monthly autonomy change, and plus 1 diplomats. I think I want the war exhaustion. Believe it or not. So the diplomat would be kind of nice. This event has a 240-month mean time to happen, but I think since it's a province event, not a country event, it is calculated for each province, and that's why there's so many of them. I see. I don't know, extra diplomats pretty good. It's hard to turn down extra diplomats. I don't really want to rival Buvari, if I'm going to be so real with you. But I do think that means that now we're good to... Oh, my corruption's also going up like crazy. I think that means we're good to abdicate and get this 5/4/4 in charge. I don't think there's any spell that we need to cast or anything like that. I think we just... we say thank you for your service. Rip all of our prestige immediately. And Emperor Zhang Long will take over. Purge Officer Corps? Yeah, why not? Get rid of a general. Actually, I'm going to hold off on making another general. Until we know that we'll be fine to do so. AKA when I take the next tech. That's like 12. We now have a 5/4/4 in charge. New ruler. And it looks like this one is very ruthless. Our government's been ruthless and tyrannical, compelling loyalty through fear, with dissent and weakness being cut out with a razor blade. Emperor Zhang, with his malicious drive to gain power at all costs, has brought a dreadful resignation of commoners and courtiers alike. All right. So we're going to be evil. Okay, so we have 1510 stack for sieges. You and you. And you're kind of a scuffed stack. So let's get you built up to be in a good size stack. Delete those 3 horses. We don't need them. This will take us way over our force limit, but our troops are cheap, so it does not matter. His dad killed 400,000 peasants last year. Maybe it affected him. Yeah, maybe, you know, he came to power. His dad was like, nah, I'm done. All right, kid, it's all you. You win these. I'm retiring. And he's like, oh, man, these guys, they ruined my dad's life. I'm going to kill them all. And honestly, I respect that. Let's get rid of patronage of the arts. Let's get rid of nobility officer rights. Get rid of expansionist zealotry. And probably religious diplomats as well. Well, the Diplo rep's actually kind of nice. Could get rid of generous quest rewards. We still have plenty of time for absolutism. Right, well, looks like we're chilling out for a while. To be fair, we needed to do that anyways. We need to let this war exhaustion go down. And I need to build more farm estates. I could seize land, but I don't need to. Policies. Yeah, I mean, I could put in another policy. But I don't really think it's worth the Diplo. I'm going to be totally real with you. More peasants? Oh, man. You know how we feel about peasants around here. They're gross, and they're dirty, and they're dumb. And they only exist to make sure that I can have levies. They only exist so that way I can go to war whenever I want. They're not here to cause issues, which is exactly what they're currently doing. This is an even 2 stacks, so let's drill them together. Beautiful. You can move south. Look at that. I'm a prophet. I knew exactly where these rebels were going to rise up. Huge. Are you not paying out corruption? I am. We're just still very overextended. We paid down more. It's like over half. We're just very, very overextended is all. And boom. There you go. Naive relative. I'll do the foreign spy detection. That's fine. Of course, we have corrupt Harimari. So we're going to get rid of those. 1% professionalism or 42,000 manpower. I'm going to lose the professionalism. Not even a difficult choice. We can upgrade our infantry. Let's go to the Yanshen cross formation. The Yanshen rebellion saw the integration of many of the techniques of the Zhengzhou military academies with practical experience fighting alongside and against the peasant armies of the Yan. After the triumph of the rebellion and the establishment of Yanshen as a stable power on the lower Yanhe, the academy would continue to be a place of military iteration and would produce a highly trained officer corps capable of commanding the large gunpowder armies growing in Yanshen. The cross formation, which featured broad arms arrayed in a double defensive cross, originated from the minds of the academy and proved its efficacy at the storied Battle of Jianzhen in 1548. It's a lot of fire offensive. Yes, it's way better than defensive fire pips. I mean, eventually those defensive fire pips would be good, but by the time that I would rather have the defensive fire pips, I can switch over to the Rhine-Luke Guardians. When cannons start to be an issue. Right, no rebels. We can just drill, chill. We can catch up on Diplotech, so we'll stay focused on Diplo for now, so we can actually catch up on it. We have our ideas here. We have money. Once this corruption's gone, we'll be making a hell of a lot more. We can start getting more governing capacity in all these paper provinces. Not that we desperately need governing capacity, but we will. But we will. And I guess that means that I should start stating all this up. Also, that means time to go to war with the command. Unless he wants to accept a threatened war, which, of all the things I know about the command, them accepting the threatened war is not really one of them. Let's bring everybody a little bit closer. Need improved relations, guys. Have to happen. We can run level 5 advisors. We can make tons of monarch points. Not a problem. Last time they did? I mean, that's true. They would accept it. The question is, do we want them to accept it? Probably not. Yes, but why? Like, I could fight them and weaken them. We don't necessarily want either of these guys to start popping off, to be fair. We could ally Sarnavan and then warn them. I can use the God Wall for right now, yes. Yeah, no, the correct play is to fight them and take all their land outside of it. I'm sure at some point I would be given claims on them, though, which is the only reason I really hesitate. But I'm not going to get permanent claims on them until I own a bunch of stuff in Xiaodou, which I need to have 90% professionalism to get those claims. Yeah, just give me the province. Give me the province. Get everybody back to drilling. I need to integrate this vassal. Do I want to catch up on Diplotech first before I integrate? No. I want to get them integrated. So let's start on that. And then we... It's a lot of cores. I don't want to wait for 90 professionalism. That's the thing. I don't want to do that. Alright, Rafa, you are up. Boom. To be fair, though, we can just start spamming out generals. There's really nothing stopping us from doing that. Apparently I am not at my max force limit. Skip to 10,000 troops here. Wow, 311. Another area I have to get rid of. Sparkly wallflower? Alright. You got it. No promise that you will live, though, or be accepted to stay. Sorry, Freyo. Your 2 fire, not gonna save you today. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. Yeah, we can just start spamming generals. Do you guys really want to be in the general spam? Because you're probably just gonna get fired. You do suck. And you will probably be replaced pretty quickly. But that's okay. It happens to the best of us. Nurkor. Yeah, see, that's a good roll. That is a good roll. So you can start drilling. Or continue drilling, I should say. We're up to 80% professionalism. Our generals are only 36 right now. Eventually we can make them cheaper, but for now we cannot. Well, along with the royal marriage, I will of course accept that. Make sure that they stay in line. Truce with Quebec to Lenny is up. I can invite a Broken Claw scholar. Unbroken Claw, sure. And they are going to want me to state all this up, so let's do it. State and state and state and state and state. We can core up almost all of it. Eve the Lost. Down for the count. Could not survive the drilling that Dahui needs. I think that's the only criticism I have of this mission tree so far. There's too much drilling. Too much. War games. Yes. I will pay that money for 5% professionalism and 1% yearly army professionalism for 10 years. Yes, please. Thank you. That is a fantastic event for us to get. That's actually huge. That's actually massive because that gets us there. Let's go. Aristi, you are really good. Sorry, Nooble. Is that 90? It's 91. Fire. 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 I'm having to fire good generals, which always hurts. Okay, all of you are drilling. I need to build up to my force limit, which is 186. Let's get everybody up to 10,000. Actually, I could have built for more force limit usage. Or combat width usage. Because we're 2 below. But for now, that's okay. And once we're at 100% force limit, then we will have the professionalism that we need to complete a perfect army. Boom. A perfect army. 10 cracks of thunder, 10 bursts of flame, plumes of smoke. The dragon takes wing. 10 cracks of thunder. Oh, sorry. 10 cracks of thunder, 10 bursts of flame, plumes of smoke. The dragon takes wing. Sister Aja of the Flowing Claw. Jinhusi, warrior poet. The discipline of a hobgoblin, the wisdom of a Haramari, the valor of a Shiakin, and the ingenuity of a gold scale, the fury of an Oni, and the unstoppable flood of the Yan. Our armies have taken in the best from all we vanquish and forged them into a unique fighting force, one unrivaled since the Jahair's Phoenix Legions. At the crossroads of Helest, the white dragon is poised to take flight, his shadow and flame soon to reach every corner. Lose 100 military power, 57,000 manpower, lose 15 army tradition. Oof. Until the end of the game, we get minus 1% yearly army tradition decay, plus 100% army drill gain, minus 20% regiment drill lost. We gain claims on the Xianxi and the Rangadevi region and area respectively. 10 butts of crack. Nice, got him. So now we must continue our expansion onto these guys. Do I have a claim on you? I do. I'm not gonna... Well, actually, I could annex him. I can, because he's connected to my vassals. Alright. I probably don't need that many troops for this war. You're being guaranteed by the Boer Command. Seems that we're going to have to fight the Boer Command no matter what. Alright. Well, I can call him Bouvari to help out with that. Not a big deal, but for now, let's deal with you. We can co-belligerize you in case we want to. That, and let's move in. Split, split. You move down here immediately. You drill, you drill. We'll deal with the command war in a second. For now, just worry about where we're at. Old whispers, new people. A peculiar and intriguing tale has reached our court. In a small village nestled within Mansour-Udo, an inexplicable phenomenon has been unfolding over the past few weeks. The village's population has been growing unexpectedly, not due to a baby boom or any foreseeable reason, but rather due to the unexplained arrival of random individuals. These newcomers have no recollection of their origins or identities and appear disoriented, seeking refuge and assistance. The compassionate village has extended its aid and shelter to these bewildered souls. The only telltale sign of their arrival is a faint whispering in the wind. Given the spiritual nature of this occurrence, it is in our best interest to offer support and care to these newly arrived inhabitants. Allocating our resources to help settle and accommodate them seems like the most prudent course of action at this time. Settle the newcomers and help them acclimate to their new lives. Yay! More people to work. And that's really what it is. Do you have any allies, Shia? Nope. You don't. And you know what that means? That means you go bye-bye. Bye-bye. The way I'm splitting these stacks up is no longer easy because I can't just split them in half. Boo. I have to put in the smallest bit of effort now. Boo, boo, boo. You split up. Send troops up north. All this will be taken care of. Didn't we already get influenza? Ain't you people ever heard of not being sick? Being sick is kind of selfish. Apparently they're not American. They don't know that. They don't understand that concept. Oh, Sarasung owns this. Oh, Sarnavan is making moves. They're making moves. Okay. Fair enough. Again, we can't really take these guys out. We are going to pretty much immediately go into a war against Semferong, so let's prepare for that. And you take everything. Nobody should care, really, because they're the wrong religion. So nobody will defend that. We don't really have a lot of admin though, so we should be careful. He says as he pieces out when Shia has cores, which means he immediately has to piece them out. Get rid of all your cores. Shoot. Shia still has land. That's alright. We'll survive. Start coring things up. I know I said we were going to keep the Diplo focus. I lied. I lied. We're not. We are going to put that. Kick the baby. Okay, well, I didn't like the way you phrased that, and I think I hated more than I understood what you meant, but yes. The answer is yes, we do, because the air is very bad. Marital bliss. Cheaper trader, sure. He's throwing off balconies. No, we got the Yanhe River here, man. We're fine. You have plenty of ways to make this work. Magistrate resigns. That's fine. You're allowed to resign if you want. It's not true. They're not allowed to resign if they want to. Yes, the treasure fleet can absolutely seek iron. That is fine. I am caught on the back foot here with not enough admin. So there's a bit of an oopsie daisy on my part. Oopsie doopsie. Seer separatists and all that, which is fine. My advisor is sleeping with my wife. What's new? Just execute him. 631 consort. Not worth the prestige. Just execute the treasure. Could go for the all power cost guy. Or the more money guy. Probably more money guy. Hard to turn down all power cost. Bungus, is that you? No. Bungus would never have the audacity to leave the mountains. He's too afraid. He knows that I'd sniff him out. And I'd go take him out. I can't get to him when he's in the mountains right now. But if he comes outside, I will find him. Who are you calling me into war against? Yeah. Sure, man. I'll accept. Yeah, let's just switch everything that's in yellow to red. Just make it clear. Everything in red, I do desperately want. The Troll Toll. There are a number of unusual reports coming from one of our provinces. One of the bridges in the lands of the local noble has apparently been taken over by a troll. Although that's hardly unheard of, what's surprising is that the beast claims to be, of all things, a public servant. Apparently, the troll came to know what the state has taken over the collection of trade tolls from passing traders, and to the surprise of the local sheriff, has been depositing all non-edible payments on the nearest tax collection post with regularity worthy of a gnomish clockwork. The complaints come not from the traders, as they consider the payments to be rather standard, but from the noble, as he wants the vile beast's head to do rather gruesome acts to it. Okay. It is also worth noting that since the troll took over, it has been delivering payments with far more consistency than its former noble administrator, leading our sheriff to suspect of embezzlement. Find the noble for this mismanagement and appoint the better tax collector. Let us reassure the enterprising subject, or allow the noble to do as he wishes. No. The troll gives me money. The troll does his job better than the noble does. Therefore, the noble can, suck it. You can get over it. We will make sure that this troll can do his job. And we will start paying him. I don't know, in food, I guess. It seems like it keeps the edible payments. So we'll give him food. And in return, it'll work for us. We should probably pay him money too. Otherwise, people may say that we're enslaving the trolls, which is not what we're doing. He wants to work there. Which usually is like a bad defense of it. But like in this case, he really does truly want to work there. And he just wants food. So, I don't know. It's a win-win. Why do you hate him? He's just trying to be like you and do what you do. For example, your queen. Yeah, see, that's the little problem I have with Bungus. Yeah, he tries to be like me a little bit too much, if you know what I'm saying. Also, why are we... Oh, because I have corruption. Duh. was like, why am I losing so much money? Let's just go deal with them. The nobles can get over it. It's crazy to me that all these guys rose up, really, because one noble got embarrassed by a troll. Got exposed by a troll. And so, because of that, now all the nobles want to rise up. Average noble plan, I guess. I don't know. I come from the U.S. We don't really do the whole noble thing. We have different problems, but the idea of nobles causing issues, not really something that I'm ever worried about. You, take them out. Boom, boom. You there, you there, you there. Are you sure, Mr. Poey? Yes, as I said, it's different. It's the same, but it's different. It's the same, but it's different. Why am I drilling? I don't know. We should not be drilling. We should be going to war. We should be going to war with Sempharon. No drilling, just war. So let's lock in. Heard your king is above the law now, and your senators rule for longer than many monarchs. Okay, well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong there, but we call them something different, so it's different. Okay, really? Frick. Gotta restore the temple. We must restore the temple. Please and thank you. Oh, yeah. We're gonna have like 10 million little rebellions down in here. I forgot about that. We're also going to need to annex our Harpy vassal. Gotta repair that hold? No, I don't. The AI is doing it. Every American believes himself a noble. Now, ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? They really, 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 truly do. And if they don't think they're a noble, they think one day they will be a noble. And that's why we don't need to tax people. Because one day I will also be a mega billionaire. Believe me. Trust me, bro. Trust me. Trust me. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. Not copium. No copium. Actually real. Actually so super real. We aren't. No, you are. You're a special little snowflake who's very important. You're basically a noble. Don't worry about it, all right? Go back to eating your chicken nuggies and watching your reality TV. Don't look at your actual standard of living or anything that's going on around you. You're great. You're perfect. Anybody who says you're not perfect, they're a communist. We hate communists. I also hate rebels. Sometimes same thing. I'm not going to rebuild the Golden Highway. That would be throwing. These three. It makes people kind of mad. Nuggies, yippee! Yippee! We love our chicken nuggies, bro. Chicken nuggies are pretty good, I won't lie. As terms for distracting your population, chicken nuggies are up there. It's the best ways to do it. There. You move back so you can drill. I have lots of money. Sort by trade good. I wish I could sort by trade good and income. I wish I could do both of these things. 0.53, 0.53, 0.44. Government capacity is looking all right. We're going to have some Seer separatists here momentarily. So let's actually move you north. Now imagine if they put opium in the nuggies. Well, I don't know. I'm sure it's been tried before. You want to know my hot take of the day? McDonald's Coke? Bad. I don't think it's good. Every time I have McDonald's Coke, it just tastes watered down. I know some people swear by... Oh, he annexed his vassal. Jad Empire. Okay, well, Jad's scary now. I just think McDonald's Coke isn't good. You give me war reps and money. And you give me 3 provinces, war reps, and money. Thank you. Now we can core those 3 provinces up. I really don't want to fight the command if I don't have to. But it's seeming like they're going to make me do it. Yeah. Well, I mean, Sarasung might lose this province to Sarnavan, to be fair. And then they'll break it. So, for now, I guess we just chill. And we'll see what they do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you were thinking the same thing. Big brain. Would just be so much easier. Also, the mission? What mission? Monarch military skill is so good. 0.5% yearly army professionalism is very good. No province in Yanshen has unrest, though. A little bit more difficult to pull off. Store that temple. Might be complete if you annex the vassal since it's like 18 provinces. That's true. I could join a coalition against Sarnavan. Funny. That may actually be doable. No, it's not. Never mind. It might actually. I'll do the coalition. Threaten them a little bit. There might not be enough people. We'll see. Let's get this golden highway built. And now Sarnavan should be free game. Right? You're going to stop guaranteeing the independence of Sarasung because you don't need to anymore. They're not next to you. They may guarantee them because they hate Sarnavan, though. That might just be the other outcome. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sure. That's fine. Royal Mary with the Harpies died. And there is 100% army professionalism. We did it. We did it. Yay. So now, once I own Jiaodou, then I'll get a bunch of permanent claims on a bunch of different regions. And then once I own Seer, I'll get a bunch of permanent claims on Shamakad. And once I get rid of all this unrest in Yanshen, then I can get military scale and 0.5 yearly armor professionalism. And farm estates are working on it, and we need a bunch of shipyards. Yeah, we could provoke the rebels. Let's stop drilling. Let's get our troops in a couple different areas. We will improve relations with everybody around us. Bada bing, bada boom. I will... Scoutage Shen Tui Yan. I can't because we're at war. Jad Empire is no longer supporting the independence of Mao Huang. That is wonderful. Try and get dwarves up to integrated. We should wait for these to be done being cored, and we can look at where unrest is actually sitting. We do need to develop the printing press. Fun fact. Somebody around us already has Tech 13. It's Buvari, of course it's Buvari. That's what I get for giving them the institution. Are they going to get global trade? Probably not. I hope they do, though. That'd be great if they do. Ship durability plus 10%. Look at that. He wants to build more boats. Clearly wants to build more boats. How is unrest looking? You cannot provoke rebels while at war. Fun fact. Don't really want to stab up again if I don't need to. Am I really going to have to go defend my vassal? This is why I don't like getting called into wars by the AI. Get out of my vassal's country. Please and thank you. You are not welcome here at all. You are, in fact, the opposite of welcome. You are unwelcome. Age of Unraveling. The war score cost versus different religions minus 25%. Adventurer Armies gives us cheaper leaders. Call of the High Seas. I think we just need Call of the High Seas. I think that's just what we're looking for. Walk my ass all the way down there, and then he ends the war before I can even finish kicking their ass. What the heck, man? I just wanted to fine, whatever. I don't want to fight him anyways. What does conscript labor do? Ooh. The people of the Borderlands have always accepted the twin duties of military service and corvée labor as imperative to the security of the realm. Our subjects in recently conquered territories, however, do not take it so easily, and our efforts to break them in have led to much bucking and braying. Certain unorthodox administrators in the Vice Ministry of Revenue have suggested a new approach. By conscripting workers at a nominal wage and reducing the overhead costs of policing the populace and crushing revolts, we may in fact net a profit. They suggest experimenting with conscript labor in a certain area of the economy to see if the idea bears any fruit. So in the fields, we can get cheaper construction costs, more production efficiency for less tax. In the mines, in workshops, or in shipyards. I guess in the mines? I don't know. I don't understand. You don't want me to have total control over people's lives? Well, what's going on here? Why? They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what's best. I know what's best. I didn't build forts in this timeline. Nice. We're also going to want a fort right here. Did not build the forts in this timeline. Just try and provoke all these guys. Okay, those 17,000 are way up there. Way farther away than I thought. Dwarves are, of course, welcome in. Right. There we go. The carvings of the ancestor, the monkey. I will take the Diplo. Thank you. Getting there. You've dealt with them. How do I get to have no unrest at all? At least in the Yanshen super region. Guess I just need to... Oh, it's just that one area. The rest of it are from other stuff. When's our truce up with Guamid, by the way? 57. So let's do that. They're no longer allied with Seer. They're attacking Great Storm. Seer is allied to Cathur. We should probably attack Seer first, in all honesty. Well, it's in 1559, so no. But Gawaman will be our next war. So we can grab this. And yeah, we need to build shipyards. I know. But for right now, we can complete Stratocratic Administration. Monstrous as they may be, the stunning success of the command cannot be denied. Each hobgoblin knows their place in the order and plays their parts in the ensemble without deviation or dissent. All of their society is bent towards the military success of the state. Centuries of conflict have honed our subjects into a disciplined whole, but we still have much to learn from these powerful foes. We gain +1 monarch military skill, 0.5% yearly army professionalism. There we go. So now, once I own Zhao Do, I'll gain a bunch of permanent claims. You need to make your way up. And you do as well. Split them in half. Get them ready. Try and make this Gawamed a little bit faster. Alright, we annex our vassal there. Do need to state this stuff up, and we can complete the Lawless West. We own the core province of Jiaodou and at least 25 provinces in the Xianxi region or the Rang-a-Devi area. We have taken the spiritual capital of the Shiakan, dealing them a crushing blow. The remaining monks still present a danger that cannot be ignored so long as they practice their martial arts and spread their undermining ideals. They are a threat to our authority. Permanent claim on the Xianxi region and the Rang-a-Devi, Fakfon area, Nagoan area, Kaidin area, and Thiribnir area. Okay. Well, a lot of those are owned by our vassal, so. Whoa. That made them very disloyal. Interesting. We'll get over it. They won't declare their independence, even if, like, Jad supports them, so I don't care. Eventually, we're going to need to annex them, so we gotta pull the trigger on that at some point. We could develop the institution right now. I'll take the mill tech. This admin tech doesn't really matter. We can also get the large cast iron cannons. How am I today? I am good, Captain Zacko. How are you doing today? We don't even want to develop the institution. I don't know. Probably somewhere in here. That's grain. That's cloth. It's 19 development, though. So it's not the greatest spot ever. 17 would be better. But it's... This paper is more expensive. Why? Because it's human, that's why. Humans give dev cost. Yeah. We still haven't developed our gold mines, by the way. What kind of an EU4 player am I? Throwing. 6 development sugar province. That's not bad. Let's just do Anjiang. Girth development. Not too bad. Sorry for late acknowledging your radio state, so getting into streamer habits, so I don't watch chat that well. Hey, that's all right. That is all right. I get it. Totally fine, but I hope your stream went well. Gonna expand infrastructure there. The mages are close to giving me like a very small amount of all power costs. I'm not gonna wait for it. Gawed is stubborn? Yeah, that sounds like Gawed. What did they do specifically this time? 30 development, expand. Try and not use all my admin points here, but we did. Well, we have the printing press. It is spreading. It's something that we just had to do. They let Laurent sack Goetten and refuse to leave a siege on my lands. Average AI game plan. I know we're going to let our capital get burnt to the ground, but we will make sure to screw over the player in any way we can. It's like, yeah, okay, well, fair enough. At least we know what they're about. Not sure what to do with these 8,000 troops. They need to be added into another stack somewhere. I do wonder if these guys will ever be loyal. Yeah, I even placated them once, so probably not. Not for a long time, at least. They do have plus 50 because I turned them away from being autonomous. Their trust is also low. Whoa. Wait, their trust goes away when I turn them into a regular vassal? What the frickety frack? Why? That's ridiculous. Whatever. Because you broke it? No. Just so we're clear, I never said that they could be an autonomous vassal. That was a deal they had with the past people that vassalized them. Okay, we see that they cannot protect themselves. Look, they were getting sieged down in a war. They cannot protect themselves. We have to go help them. It's just the way of things. We will protect them from themselves. Also, we can go to war with Sarasung now. Hashtag free Mahwang. They're still independent for now. Alright, let's declare for Bengutai. I could call him Buvari. I don't need to, though. How's our trust looking with Buvari? Hey! Good to see that Buvari is still doing Buvari things. That's great to know. That's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. Who are you fighting? Man, they really took this whole death war thing seriously. They're like, yeah, death war really means death. What's your force limit right now, Buvari? Yeah. Yeah, that's 129 force limit, and they have 413,000 troops. 330 mercenaries. I thought that was going to be changed, but maybe I'm just being weird. Jad is taking way too much land. Whoa. Look at that Arg Ordston. Damn. Okay. All right. Respect. Arg Ordston's not playing around today. All right. Okay. Magical Queen. Yeah, I do think that's just the second. I think their original queen lived for a long time. 27. Well, this is 24. Yeah, I think it was the Artigen 23rd was the first one that we start the game with, right? I think. Might have been the 22nd. Well, average Buvari game plan. We can get off speed 5. We don't know exactly where his troops are, but we do know where his forts are. So that's something. I don't really want to carpet siege yet until I can get a slight idea of where he's at. A 1-1-4 air. Okay. So the game has decided that it's done with giving me decent rulers. So it's like, yeah, you've got one. You don't get any more good rulers. That's it. You used your quota. So that's cool. That's very cool. 43 days for that siege, though. That's also very cool. I like that. Hey. Duran, get out of here. I see you. Ew. Ew, Duran went Coronite. What? Gross. Unless this isn't Duran. But I'm pretty sure that's Duran. Motherfucker's a grumpy ghost tag. I thought that was the other one. I thought, no, Hansai. Hansai is the grumpy ghost tag. Ma Huang is the sun. Let's get you all occupied here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, they're moving in. Now the peace deal is very simple. But just like everything. Now I know you're not going to give me everything. But I would like to take as much of everything as I can possibly get my grubby little hands on. Including this island. That's the peace deal. I will not compromise for anything else. Except maybe I rearrange what exactly I take, but I'm not taking less. 100% war score worth of land. Yeah, we're not going to have enough splendor. Kuta's opinion goes down. I don't really care what Kuta thinks of me. Mostly because I don't know who Kuta is. So why would I care about what they think? If they're not a tag that's large enough for me to remember, I don't know why I would be afraid of them. Goes down. Looks like nothing but you with Diplo and some AE can't take it all in one war. Yeah, I mean, it is a decent amount of development. Anywhere between 10 to 16, really. 9 to 16 looks like. On average. So. And if I leave out that province, I can take more. Well, this is a fort. I'd rather take the fort. Where's the other one? Weren't there 3 forts up here? Yes. Okay, we're taking them. I mean, maybe we can take his capital as well instead. So get rid of all of his forts? I don't know. It'll be something like that. Something along those lines. Got these, thank you. Still have not seen his military. He does have 55,000. He was fighting centaurs, though. Is he still fighting centaurs? No. So he is on his way back. That is something to keep in mind. There goes another siege. Move you guys south. Not you. You're done with this war. I kind of want to cut Duran off and all the other people up here off from conquering him, but I don't think I can do that reasonably. Since we got to take land where we have claims first. Just maximize the border gore like we know you want to. Oh, I do love me some border gore. It's very funny. Ooh. Whoa, look at that. The cave cats were able to do something. Wow. Cursed. Movement speed plus 10%? Wait a second. Morale damage received minus 10%. I like the piercing fang. That is pretty good. Who in the world is this? These are dwarves. They've stayed regent or ancestor worship, I think. Whew. We're at 79% war score. At some point, he's going to have to give up, right? Surely? At some point? There. You split up into a whole bunch of different stacks. Get all this taken. We can worry about reorganizing our stacks when we send them back. Would love to be able to end this war by the time we go to War Seer, but I think we're going to be too late if we're not already too late. Yeah, probably not. Probably not going to get away with that. It's 87% war score. No, wow. Okay. Not even close. Is he a first negotiator? Yeah. Yeah, he is. We may just want to take less then and peace out. It might just simply be not worth it to actually try and get 100% war score from him. Let's go all of you. Move back down here. You can join them. There's an ongoing battle somewhere. Apparently. Guess my vassal went and fought somebody. Come on. Come on, Mr. Gawamid. It's so Jover for you. It's been Jover for you for a while. Just peace out. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. Please, please, please. It's 99% war score. Thank you. That works. 132% overextension. Core all. And let's get everybody. Everybody moving back down south. To the capital. Please and thank you. I will take the admin points. Odious comparisons. The Hobgoblin reputation of discipline and efficient war camp management is not exaggerated in the slightest. So much is this the case, their competence is cause for sore relations with the rest of the military, from the lowly soldiers who feel sneered and mocked by the Hobgoblin's apparent attitude of superiority, to the high command, whose members are acutely aware of the superior Hobgoblin methods and how poorly that reflects on their leadership. This contrast has proven so stark in the case of one of our armies. Our agents have investigated and found proof of a deep-reaching scheme of military equipment resale and record forgery that point directly at some of the most powerful noble houses and merchant conglomerates. I can pin the blame on the Hobgoblins, gain a bunch of money. Or I can make the nobility and merchants unhappy for 0.5% yearly army professionalism, which we don't need. I'm just going to go curse them. Rebels in the south we need to go deal with. send you to do that. Something's wrong with your nobility, Poe. I agree. I feel like we should cut their heads off. What do we think, chat? There's something wrong with them. The only way to deal with a problem like this is just cut out the rot. Honestly, execute all the nobles, move on with our lives. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good plan. Oh yeah, we're gonna have lots of rebels here. I need to build more governing capacity buildings. Gawama just has given me so many trolls. I don't understand. Where are they getting all of these trolls from? Are all these guys trolls? Well, these are ogres. What happened to the trolls? It must be... Where hill troll? Where'd the trolls go? But it's not in here that they're getting rid of things. And I'm not seeing... I guess the only culture that looks like it might be out of place is this one. But considering how this is outfitted, I'm not sure it is. It might just be minorities that they're getting rid of and not majorities. Because there's no like weird patches of culture. Start our conversion guy going. Yes, keep influencing Ma Huang. Try and get their loyalty up higher. I need to create a new stack of combat width is 27. Template name 1. This is the new stack size. Dikja. And if you can't have that stack size, then you're going to be replaced. Now you head up towards Seer, because that's who we're going to war with. Right now. So I can grab Seer, so I can get permaclaims, so I can go to war with the Boar Command before they are not monstrous anymore. They're semi-monstrous at the moment. Okay, you guys move back here. We're going to be over our force limit. No, we're going to be at our force limit pretty much. Which means that we have just a kind of scuffed stack of 20,000 troops here. It's 16-4, so it's not bad. Though I do need to actually adjust this stack. So it'll actually be a little bit more scuffed. But that's alright. Alright. Seer, hello. I'm sorry. Who is Kether? Where are they? Kether. It's you. I can't annex you right now, so I'm not worried about it. One take from demonstrated, but Poe knows where you are. That's right. If I wait, they will demonsterize, and then I'll be very sad. They shouldn't be near demonsterizing yet, though. We should be good on that front. Here you. You don't need to be sieging me down. Oh, this was Seer's capital. Oh. Weird. I figured they'd keep their capital in Seer. But apparently not. We're also not making any money because we're rooting out so much corruption. And I do need to... you know what this scuffed stack is actually perfect for? It's dealing with rebels. This is a siege stack. You need to move down. More Gawamid separatists. Yes, we'll have this stack that's not any good for sieging. Just not siege. Ooh. That's rough. That is a rough one. or the rebels. Specifically. We're doing fine. Oh! That general died and got fucking rolled. Oof! I should have just retreated him. Oofa doofa. Execute whoever the officers were in charge of that battle. But they just lost to a bunch of peasants. Kind of embarrassing. I don't need all of these troops on the siege. Are we getting to max manpower? Ah, we're fine. We'll get there. Does hurt though. Obviously, I would rather not have had that happen. It just sucks that we're not making as much money as I was hoping we would be. I know it's because we're dealing with the corruption and stuff, but still. I feel like we should be making more money, and I don't know what I'm missing to get there. Golden Highway, okay. Well, that is 100%. They have given up, and since we know that going above 6% overextension is, or not overextension, war exhaustion is apparently just straight up deadly for us. Also, we don't have a claim on this province, but I am just going to take it. Be foolish not just to full annex here. Okay, and when that is cored, then we will have another mission completed. Alright, well, you know, Dahui looking pretty good. Doing pretty good. How is overextension? Aggressive expansion looking? Not the greatest, to be honest with you. But I think it's time we go say hello to the command. We're going to get permanent claims on all their land, but most importantly is that I want to use the anti-monstrous CB. So, let's get up there. Leave one stack behind to deal with rebels. So that should get rid of most of our rebels. Governing capacity is going to be a problem. Going to be a problem. Build state houses. We can also build more buildings as well. We do not want to be on speed 5. You have 66,000 troops. Let's not be too dumb. Only kind of dumb. Only a little bit dumb. How many cannons can we use here max? 10? Perfect. Simral's Folly. If one wishes to enter the library of the High Temple of Kabeti Teleni, they are first met with the gleaming visage of the High God of Knowledge, Simral, his form gracing the double doors, which are the primary entrance. Inside lies one of the best preserved ancient writing collections in Hellas. Ancient clay tablets and papyrus scrolls line the granite walls, small lanterns lit by magic illuminate the scripts and associated reading areas, and prominently featured at the back of the building is the mosaic commonly referred to as Simral's Folly. Built of hand-painted glass tesserae, the mosaic depicts Simral floating among the clouds on a sunny day as flecks of gold and silver meet his crossed legs. From his sky perch, he sketches the progression of the left-hand scene. There, within the jungle below, an army of black dots, barely perceptible, move blocks to a massive foundation where a half-finished tower built of white stone blocks rises into the sky. More importantly, though, Simral seems to have been startled by whatever used to be on the right-hand side of the mosaic. Upon the spot lies large gashes and innumerable missing tiles that have rendered whatever used to be there indecipherable. Debate upon what used to be there runs rampant, but whatever it was is long since lost to history. Looking upon the replicated mural and associated library, Zanji considers the meaning of the artworks. The cycle of creation and destruction must be key, or hubris is the mind killer. Well, we know that's not true. We all know that fear is the mind killer. But I will say hubris is the mind killer, so that way I can get careful. But fear is the mind killer. Wait, let's go ahead and get this siege down. Marco Dromek has been taken. Hey, I found the command's entire army. I mean, I guess that's one way to go about things. I do want to go and take Tam Vahar. Pretty important to me. Oh, he's up to 75,000 troops now. Oh boy, he's gaining troops fast. He's thinking he has a chance at contesting. Not sure where he's getting this idea from, but he does have it. He just split up his army. Okay. Not sure what the plan is there exactly. We're still building a golden highway. I can send... Oh, never mind. I was going to go on siege this province. I probably still should. And these guys can get everything back here occupied as well. I don't know if the command is going to try and reunite his troops by going inside here. It doesn't look like it. Looks like he's just trying to hide from me, which is not going to work too well. I'm going to be completely honest with him, because I can see him. Meanwhile, these smaller stacks can get all the land out here occupied. You know, I really appreciate this Harpy vassal. I'm going to say that. They have been solid the whole game. They've just been chilling. Chilling, helping out, hanging out. I appreciate their hard work. Oh, say goodbye to the command's troops. Oh, what? They get to walk away? Oh, man. I thought we were going to get the stack wipe there. Okay, you move to Grostonad. You're going to walk in behind them. Justify my war. Minus 5% aggressive expansion impact. Huge. Thank you. Remember, we can't peace out until we get the claims. Do. Hubris is fear. It all makes sense. It's all connected. It's all connected. Now we're going to shepherd these 44,000 troops towards these hills if I can. Let's see if we can trick him onto a siege. Oh my goodness. We're just funneling them onto their death. You move in first. You move in second. Gronstonad has fallen. Go for the little hold in the back. He loses 16,000 troops. Ah, nuts. He gets to walk away. Man. I keep hoping to get the stack wipe, but alas. No dice. Oh, follow him. I saw you. I saw you. This is it. Get fricked? Nope. We rolled like absolute trash there. Zeros into ones. Not gonna happen. Not going to be what we need. This here province is taking forever to core, might I add. This has been the easiest command war ever. I love this. I love the command being dead. This is great. Makes my life so much better. I don't have to worry about the command, you know, with their 400,000 troops. Find them over and over again. It's very relaxing, actually. I feel like my blood pressure isn't as high. I don't need to worry about anything. Apparently I can call Rebecca Kerr into this war. I will not, but I could. Yep, and Buvari and I we need to stay friendly long enough to stay allied to Rebecca, so that way the Jad Empire cannot continue with their missions. Good to know, though, that if nobody stops the Jad Empire, aka me, then they'll just keep blobbing. Maybe you could toggle the command as a startup option like Great Conquerors. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, we can finally finish this mission, too. Our greatest foe. Advanced scouts report of strange red demons, tall in stature, clad in black enamel, marching in strict formation. Left column arrives at Wudakmin village of Neolin at high noon to find demons in the midst of a raid. Frontline archers engage. Demons retreat from village in good order under covering volleys. Further investigation required. Dispatch of Marshal Jinzhu Long to Duke of Bianfeng during the 1430 expedition into Wudakmin, the first record of Yan engaging the command. For decades, the Hobgoblin command has presented the gravest threat to all Hellas. The danger of this common enemy drove us to unify Yanshen, and our discipline and unity was enhanced by theirs as a countermeasure. Both enemy and inspiration, the command must be dealt a crushing blow if Yanshen is to be safe. We gain permanent claims on the eastern part of the Shemakad region. Now, once I own all of this, then we'll be able to continue with our missions there. That gives us a bunch of permanent claims, which I am going to immediately cut off their entrance into the mountains. And you know we have to do it. You know we have to do it. We have to cut off anybody else from eating away at the command. And then, I don't know. Like, we could grab the mountain fort if we wanted to. I don't think we need to, though. I think this is fine. And yeah, nobody really cares. They kind of care, but not really. Harpy's greatest weakness is nullified by being a vassal? What's their weakness? Dahui will grow larger. Just under that governing capacity cap. My goodness. Probably power lines. You know what? I don't think that's what Forio was saying, but you are correct. Power lines would definitely be a big problem in Harpy society. For sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. He actually bankrupted himself by going over with his force limit for mercenaries. Huh. Well, there you go. Don't go over your force limit by 300. He still has no autonomy anywhere, though. Okay. But he did do that. Okay. Could call in Rebecca Kerr, but I feel like they just get dunked on. But I feel like going after Sarnavan is a good idea. Let's wait for all these cores to be done first, and then I think we go for it. We need to get our money in line too. Definitely improve relations to everybody. Well, Long has some rebels. He's still not loyal. Still being a jerk about it. I do need to state this stuff up. I don't have the governing capacity. And I've given out all the governing capacity privileges. So we're at where we're at with it. More buildings. That's it. I do really want to get to the unification. We're at 17 current farm estates. Where are we? Okay. We're almost to the point where we can do that. So we need to get manpower. So let's not go to war. I'm not giving manpower to you anymore, right? Correct. I could divert his trade, to be fair. Doesn't matter, though. None of the trade's coming to me. So we have 38% control here, and we're pulling it. We'd probably make more from pulling from the Xianxi region instead of Shemakad. We need more merchants. Nope, we don't actually. We do, in fact, make more money from transferring up in the north. Okay. So you here. You can come to this part of the Golden Highway. You can go to Seer. You can move up here, and you can move to Sardavan. We can deal with rebels this way. And that'll work. That'll do just fine. Didn't think about the rebels in the Xianxi region. Won't lie. Kadisrapur, yes, go deal with that. I mean, we could release Kadisrapur as a vassal. Nah. Not worth. We're fine. Oh, we are not going to be able to embrace the institution for a while. Take the associated techs. No reason being behind for no reason. Alright, deal with them. Semphorong. Truce is over. Okay, apparently we did not actually move our troops all the way down to attack, so that's great. It doesn't matter, it's just rebels. A little bit more... what's it called? Years of Separatism is not the end of the world. I want you to go here, thank you. Unsiege it. Do we want to start slackening? On one hand, no, I don't. On the other hand, yes, I do. Oh, we also get another plus 100% army drill gain modifier when we have 100%. So right now we currently have plus 300% army drill gain. We gain 3.33 each month. That's crazy. That's actually nuts. Did I just have rebels rise up somewhere? I thought I did. Maybe not. Maybe I'm going crazy. Governing capacity, governing capacity, governing capacity. All that matters is governing capacity. Time to drill it between every battle. Yeah, pretty much. And this guy is probably the furthest behind on our drill. No, we do have some cannons in this stack that are not drilled. But, I mean, we're pretty much done with all the rebels. So, you can start drilling again. You can drill. You need to stand somewhere with more supply limit. You can drill. All those cores are done now. We have 4 more. There we go. And we'll be in a pretty good spot. It's like the, you know. There's the temples I can restore. Suhan and Kadisrapur. Man, we are going to get absolutely destroyed by the Rendon. We are gonna get rolled. In fact. Well, maybe not. We'll see. There are ways around it. Are these the Karashi drills I keep hearing about? No. Not yet. Kubike. An issue mistaken for fireflies. The haunting truth soon reveals itself. They were the dreaded Kubike. These eerie lights are infamous for one malevolent purpose, reanimating the dead from their graves, unleashing havoc upon the living. The reasons and mechanisms behind this sinister phenomenon remain shrouded in mystery. When Kubike sightings occur, disaster is imminent as the deceased rise from their tombs and launch indiscriminate attacks on people. In Xinging, such an alarming event unfolded, prompting the locals to urgently seek aid from the nearby garrison. However, the magnitude of the undead force was overwhelming, surpassing what a local garrison could combat. As a result, regions within the province are being evacuated hastily to prevent the scourge from spreading to other areas. Swift action is of the utmost importance, for every victim of the Kubike becomes one of these malevolent spirits, further swelling the ranks of this dreadful army of the dead. Time is of the essence, and we must act decisively before this rotting legion of death engulfs more provinces. L. Oh well, look who's no longer bankrupt. I really don't want to help him, is the thing. But I will accept. But I'm not happy about it. Just so we're absolutely clear. Also, I think I should probably just take this tech. Whoa. Hey, whoa. This is illegal. You can't call me into multiple wars. I'm busy. I'm trying to get to my max manpower. We're so close. We're so close. Please. Can I also upgrade my cav? Let's do that. To the Halessi Mounted Musketmen. More of a statement of wealth and power rather than a highly effective unit, the mounted musketmen often formed the honor guard of the rich and powerful of Haless, and many young noble sons found military careers in these ceremonial roles. Despite that, many mounted musketmen showed valor in battle and became known as moving thunder to their foes. Lots of morale damage. I'm not sure how much better they are. I mean, they definitely do a lot more morale damage. They don't do a lot more shock damage, though. Oh, my court mage died. Well, let's get the production efficiency guy that costs 625 to hire at level 5. Seems like a pretty good option for me. Don't we have a cool renting event? We perchance do have one of those. Let's get a bunch of docks built along the coast here. Don't remember how many we need, but I'll build as many as I have money for. And we will consider our heavy navy. We don't need it, is the problem. We straight up do not need heavies. They're not necessary. So it feels bad that I have to build 40 of them. If I needed them for something, then sure, but I don't. God-lost zealot humiliated with facts and logic. A God-lost professor was holding a lecture in the school of Yatask about the folly of high philosophy. Hour after hour, he mocked the high gods as either impotent or fictional, derided their followers as superstitious hypocrites, and asserted the moral, intellectual, and theological superiority of God-lost teachings. After he was finished, he asked the lecture hall if anyone dared to challenge his arguments. The hall was completely silent, but then a single attendant stood up and fearlessly asked, if God-lost is so superior, why hasn't it produced anything as magnificent as the high temples? The professor opened his mouth, but found no words for which to answer. His face turned pale, his hands started shaking, and then he finally ran out of the hall, head buried in his palms, in a desperate attempt to hold back his tears. As if on command, the entire lecture hall started clapping in unison at the astounding radical display they'd just borne witness to, and they all agreed to follow high philosophy from now on. The attendee's name? Yokai Sion, +3 local missionary strength, L. If only that's how the real event went down. If only. I hate that I know what they're talking about. Dude, actually just brain rot. There's no 40-year-old out there that could possibly... Well, actually, there are probably some. Most 40-year-olds could not tell you who that event is about. But But I unfortunately, I do know. And if you don't, honestly, that's good for you. I'm proud of you. Game of Sword movie, right? No, I was thinking of something else. I need to build these. We can let Buvari do that. I'm going back to drilling. I've done my part in this war. I have to go help in the other war. Frick, dude. Wait, I thought it was just referencing a Ben Shapiro moment, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe it is something else. Maybe I'm not as brain broken as I thought I was. Huge. Massive. The redemption. Am I going to have... Yeah, there are a bunch of Nugent Sarai rebels that want to rise up. Seems like a Ben Shapiro reference to me. Yeah, I thought it was. I could be wrong. Good government policies. Lots of money, admin points, or government reform points. Money, 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 please. I like money. Am I at max manpower yet? I will be next month. Huh? What you mean? Oh, because I'm in sieges. I'm in a siege, so I can't possibly be at max manpower. Oh no, I'm taking attrition. Okay, next month we should be good. Right? Yes. Grains of rice and salt. The unity of Yanshen under the Dragon Throne has allowed for the free movement of goods and people, unhindered by borders and not wasted in pointless wars. As a result, the population has soared to unprecedented levels. Cities and towns spill beyond their historical boundaries, every scrap of land is put under cultivation, and the ranks of the army are filled with landless sons. Our people grow as numerous as grains of rice in an endless field, as grains of salt melted into the sea. Our land must grow to accommodate them. Gain 26,000 manpower. For 25 years, we get plus 10% national manpower and 15% manpower recovery speed. And we can finally complete a poem in a people. A learned scholar of Yanshen and a hardened frontiersman of Yatsang, a Phi-10 whaler stinking of oil, and a perfumed and tattooed mistress of a flower boat floating down the Zusip gang. That's a weird one. Scarred and hardened beyond Fang sergeants at arms, savvy bike dugong merchants, and scrappy hustlers from the streets of Tianlu. All stand above their counterparts in other nations, for no matter what task a Yansheni sets out to do, they shall accomplish it with sublime perfection, adding another verse to the epic poem of Dahui. So too shall our nation contribute to the poem of the world by bringing the magnificent light of the Yan to all corners of Hellas. We get the Yanification campaigns until the end of the game, giving minus 10% national manpower, minus 15% culture conversion cost. We also gain access to the Yanification Edict, which will gradually convert provinces to Yan cultures. At first, we'll only be able to use 2 states. Assign it to a third, we'll automatically cancel it in 1 state. And we obtain new missions. So we need 35 provinces in Thidinkai to be in our culture group. 35 provinces in the Xianxi region need to be in our culture group. We currently have 31. And 35 in the Shivushi region. Right, because Sitsu is in our culture group. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and start Yanification. Oh, God. Okay. The time it takes to Yanify a province depends on the level of upgrade we have. We have no upgrade, so we can take anywhere from 2.5 to 7 years. Okay. And this is all Harpy. Is it going to convert Harpies? Take religious ideas? We will. That's our next idea group. Most likely. Yeah, does it convert? Does it convert other, like, monstrous peoples or non-humans over to Yan? And what is the Xianxi region? We'll make them Serene Haramari? Okay, but what does it do for Harpies? That is the question I have. You go take Arakellan's capital. Our natural scientist that was super cheap just died. RIP. Let's get the... Oh, I guess the missionary strength guy can be in charge. Nugent Sarai rebels. You do not remember you think nothing? I respect that. I respect not thinking anything. Makes life much easier. No thoughts, head empty. It's where I'm meant to be. Converts Haramari, implying that the Yan have somehow found a way to make Haramari useful. That's not fair. They're useful. They're good at fighting. Yeah, that's fine. I should check. What does Buvari want? Yeah, see, that's not cool, bro. That's not cool. That's not cool. When you see that I only slightly want things, that's not true. I want the things. Badly. Also, Duran lost their colony. Bozo. I want the things. I'm not asking. I am demanding. Am I gonna take Sarnavan in this war? Realistically, no. So let's declare war for Sparathi instead. Call in my allies, and let's get to work and off of speed 5. Do not need to be on speed 5 right now. We're all good. You make your way over. You also make your way over. Big Sarnavan. It is Big Sarnavan. This is probably the largest Sarnavan I have ever seen, which is cool. It's cool that Sarnavan is the one that I have to fight, and not just the command. Over and over and over and over. Imagine if it was the command had been left alone. How many of these wars I would have had to have done against the command. Like every single one of the Xianxi wars, probably the Azjakuma wars. They might have even been some of the Gawamid wars. I mean, obviously there was the Boar command still. Like just over and over and over again. And every time I beat them, they would just expand further and further west. Oof. Luckily, we're not in that timeline. We're in a better timeline. It did not happen. Now, Sarnavan does have 60,000 troops. He is one tech behind, but it is still 60,000 troops. So I need to have some amount of respect for... He's going to siege down my temple. So much for being a real high philosophy lover. Whatever. I don't respect him anymore. I was talking about how I was going to respect him. No. I'm back to being a hater. I do get to look forward to finding the Jet Empire, though. That's a later me problem. Later me problem, not a current me problem. Ooh. I got one province off of Saracen. Suppose that's nice. Appreciate my ally helping me out here. We're going to walk around behind and start sieging down Port Hati. Port Hati. I don't know actually how to pronounce their name correctly. As far as I understand from the code, Harpies will not be Yanified, but Orcs, Half-Orcs, Hobgoblins, and Haramari will be. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. So we will not waste it on harpies. Instead, we will simply he-hoo the harpies. That must be what they mean. That must be the intended effect. I cannot imagine them thinking anything else. The temple complex in Kadisrapur has been restored. Yeah, that's great. That means that I cannot unsiege this because it will immediately just ruin it again. And we obviously do not want that. We should actually probably do the sieging part of the siege. If I had to guess. Alright, Pordati has been taken. Let's send you up to their allies' capital. You guys can follow in. More troll refugees. Have not seen a single one of Sardavan's troops so far. Well, I think they're busy fighting the Dragon Command still. Did you hear who the Oni? It was through events. But yes. For all intents and purposes, yes, we did. Go here and here. I have money, more governing capacity. So we get the Yanshen region Yanified first, and then I think we'll switch over to the Shavush, maybe? Oh, my neck. The good news is, hopefully, I only have to do one more war against the command, the Boar command. We take this stuff, and then we can just leave them inside the mountains. As far as I can tell, I don't need the stuff in the mountains. Oh, there's Sardavan's troops. We finally found them. Yeah, I'll take that improvement in land technology. And Pordati. I do not have any claims on you right now. So money, manpower, transfer your trade. Fine. I'll kill all your troops. I just want a very long truce with them is all. All that I'm looking for. You need to move back up north to help contest this siege. These 37 will follow. You're close to taking the next admin tech. Which will give me another idea group. Which again, I do think is going to be religious. Because we've kind of talked about it, but when the rending happens, I want to flip over to Mystic Accord. So we're going to need to be able to convert things relatively quickly if we want to pull that off. We'll do a little religion swapping. We don't need no high philosophy. We need to praise the spirits. You, I guess I piece you out first. Money, war reps, trade power. Why are they all being like this? Do they have like a couple of troops hiding somewhere and that's why? I guess. I don't know if it's really worth it, but alright. Godwall gives missionary only for high philosophy, right? Oh, no, you're right. You are correct. Raheni, Halesi, or Supreme Spirit Religion Group, which I would only assume is the Mystic Accord. So, yes, we're going to definitely want to upgrade the God's Wall, for sure. I probably should have taken it. I really thought that was only for high philosophy. Oh well. Okay, money. Free power, war apps. I don't want people sieging this. And I don't even know what I want from the main shindig. Really. Back. You guys can occupy this. Oh, we're at the cave cats. I didn't realize. Why have they not moved their capital to this hold? Why are the cave cats so weird? That's my question. They're being weird. Eventually this guy's going to be loyal. I have 24 favors with him. Let's increase our trust. There we go. It's up to 20 now. Not worry. You will become a loyal vassal once again at some point. There's a temple complex restored. Why are the cave cats? When are the cave cats? You know? Also, I'm pretty sure all of his troops are back here in this cave. So I am going to overstack this. We have the manpower. It's not a big deal. What? More Gawamid rebels? I need to build a fort on that province. Really, I need forts all over the place up there, but for now, just more governing capacity, please. 200 is nowhere near enough. Hey, wait a second. What's happening here? Dakamlavi. This is so bad. This is so unbelievably bad. He's going to take so much land. Okay, well, I mean, Buvari's murking up again. So we'll see. I mean, it's going to force Jad Empire to commit all their resources. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, you can be dealt with. Can I force religion on anybody? No. Should have checked for everybody else. The answer is still no. Do want a very long truce. Gatub is apparently a vassal. I am not feeding Buvari a single province. There is no shot. No way. Excited when Sarhal gets more polished for you to do another Jad run? What do you mean another Jad run? What do you mean? Another one? I don't know. Once you start conquering this Jad, there ain't no stopping. It's kind of a thing about him. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here in this war forever for that. Oh, Gatub is a vassal of Sarnavan. Oh. Okay. Well, let's see. Just going to do the same thing we did to everybody else. Oh. Well. I don't think we care, do we? I don't think so. Like, I legitimately don't think we need to worry about it anymore. We don't care. Like, what are these people going to do? Nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. It is 155% overextension. But like, okay. Yeah, I'll rival the Jad Empire. I'll do that. Rebecca Kerr wants soldiers. I'm more than happy to provide soldiers for my friend Rebecca Kerr. And Captain Walrus, you asked for a leader 2 hours ago, but you know what? You're getting it right now. Huge. And not bad. Not great, but not bad. Actually, it is probably good. We do want more fire pips now because we're Yanshen-y. We're weird like that. Build fort and temple. It is currently being built. I cannot kill one Shia at the moment, which feels sad. I feel sad about this. I feel bad about this. I should make some manual claims, I think. I mean, Ma Huang has claims on Quebec Teleni. We have... See, this would be great. Build a spy network on Sephiroth. We could really benefit from that. If we can fight Sephiroth, we can annex all these tiny guys in here and just kind of go on our next little blitz. That would be really good. To remove people from any possible coalition. Now, Jad Empire is going to get pissed at us and eventually join. But... meh. Who cares? No, so far we have not had any unification happen. It said it could take anywhere from 2.5 to 7 years, so I'm not exactly holding my breath. And of course, Buvari and Jad are fighting. They're going to take all their resources to fight each other. You do love to see it. Jad does have a war wizard. Things to keep in mind. How close are we to the institution? Throw on the advancement edict in a couple of spots. Probably worth it. 5 mil points for 50 crowns is pretty good. Or I said spending 5 mil points to get 50 crowns. Pretty good. We could take this admin tech. I don't think there's really a rush to do so. Also, do I want the religious war score versus different religions? It's not really going to help us much here, but if we do have to fight Jad anytime soon, it would be nice. Guam truce is up in 3 years. And technically speaking, all it wants me to do is take these provinces. But do we want to take anything else from Guamid? Probably not. We should probably just stay focused on what it actually wants us to take. To be fair, even 7 years is insanely fast for culture integration. Realistically, that's insanely fast to even cause a linguistic shift. Oh yeah, no, it's crazy fast. Take the everything. Oh, okay. We can also trade company this stuff out here. When we flip in religion, 16 something. Whenever the rending happens. Yeah, it's going to want us to focus more south. Oh, they want they want us to be a mill hegemon. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Then they want us to fix all high temples. All derelict and damaged high temple complexes within our lands must be restored. Well, then let's get to fixing it, shall we? Dawei's ruler receives a visitor during the rending. It's not that visitor, though. It's not the fox girl. I actually don't know what happens exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's not the fox girl. Specific to the other tag. The carvings of the ancestors, the moon. An ordinarily unobtrusive wall within the High Temple of Lam 1 bears carvings that have endured the passage of epochs. During a visit to the High Temple, our esteemed ruler paused, contemplative. What could the semicircle symbolize? It is an empty vessel, evoking hunger's grip. Does it encapsulate the moon's sway over tides? Might it form part of a ritual, a vestige of a bygone custom enshrouded in the midst of antiquity? Or does it harbor an altogether distinct significance, a riddle yet unsolved? Its import cannot be denied. Casting a discerning gaze around, they sought the insights of a groundskeeper, an individual deeply attuned to the temple's essence. As the groundkeeper's gaze alights upon the carving, a moment of contemplative silence passes, and then with a sudden burst of certainty they exclaim, "That's a bowl, for fruit probably." The moon, sometimes at least. That's a hat, a smart one. That's a beetle, they crawl on the walls. That's a cup, you put drinks in them. That's a gong, or that's just a semicircle. 25% chance of gaining 1 stability. I'll take the admin points. That's a bowl for fruit probably. The visitor is Bungus. Oh no. Not Bungus. Not Bungus. Isn't our current air trash? Homie thinks we're a republic or something. I don't know. Coming at me with that 114. Thinking he's going to get reelected. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you're getting away with that. Quartermaster is dead. I can seize if I did not have all these rebels pop up. It looks like we're at the part of the game where we're going to start having rebel stacks that are very, very large and causing issues. Our particularists are going to start being in the hundreds of thousands, and not too long after that, it will reach to the millions. There we go. You've heard the righteous path and the left-hand path, but there is another way. Bungism. Oh no. Truly the most evil of religions, Bungism. I don't know if these 25 guys can win, but we'll see. If they can't win, then we'll just have them retreat. You need to go here. You need to go here. Yeah, you're just dealing with regular rebels. Looks like they can win, actually. 4-5-4 air. Now that is more appropriate. Thank you very much. We'll gladly accept a 4-5-4 air. You two combine. Go deal with these troops. I need to build a fort on Balriza, because that's where rebels keep popping up, and it's a mountain, so it's kind of annoying. Okay, need to unsiege this, then we'll get around and deal with these rebels. Boom, boom. We're gonna deal with these first, because they're stopping me from coring. Sounds like a Bungus baby? I don't think so. I don't think that sounds like a Bungus cannot have babies, as far as we know. Whoa! The peasants have risen up? But I just dealt with the particularists. And now you think you have a chance? I guess nobody ever said peasants were smart. It'd be kind of a dumb thing to say. It's just 155% overextension. It's not that bad. But maybe we just need to not do that. Maybe we should not be 155% overextended. You go do this. Alright. Well, we've dealt with all the rebels. Pretty much. Guess we'll call that a success. I don't know. Thank you for the stability. And when Sardavan stops guaranteeing them, we're going to kill him. Unless Sardavan is really dumb, and they guarantee them for long enough for me to reset my truce with them, because I will do that. Do not tempt me. I'll do it. Buvari is losing to Jad. I guess it doesn't help that they have a 53k stack on their capital. But Buvari is breaking them down. Making them earn it. Man, if only they hadn't gone bankrupt and wasted all their mercenaries earlier on a war that didn't matter. Weird. Imagine. Come down here. Originally, Dahui was supposed to get a unique disaster where their non-Yanshen lands would revolt because of the Yanification campaign. If you won, it would give you more Yanification edicts. As far as I'm aware, it never got implemented, so you just never face any unified resistance for trying to destroy every other culture in Helles. Neither is the command, to be fair. But I get what you're saying. It would be interesting. Possibly. I don't know. Anytime I have to fight more rebels, I squint my eyes a little bit more and go, Oh! Hey, Stolen Gem is here. I didn't realize. I thought it was a little bit... Okay, so Stolen Gem was released from the command. Good stuff, Sarnavan. That's a good peace deal. I'm actually impressed. I'm impressed the AI actually did a peace deal that hurt their opponent. That's not like a full annex. Obviously, when you full annex somebody, that's pretty painful. It's pretty bad. You need to move up here. The cores are completing. The claim is going to be made. There we go. Thank you very much. Boom and boom. I don't think Buvari has the means to kick these guys off their capital. They should definitely contest it, though. Like, they should absolutely move these 60,000 to fight here. What ideas have you taken? Defensive, admin, and Diplo. Okay. That's going to be a lot of morale. Yeah, that's one way to put it. They're going to have 2 morale on us. Oofa doofa. Oof, oof, oof. Oh, hey, I can go to war with 1 Shia again. Oh, Shia, I'm back. I want to have a conversation with you. I'm going to form a morale advantage. Jad's cooked. I mean, he is cooked. Like, we would win. Because we also have 100% professionalism. So, we do more fire damage, more shock damage. We're going to have max drill. Because how could we not ever have max drill? You know how it is. Doesn't really matter what I declare for. Just choose one of the provinces and we'll go for them. It don't matter. Our total drill loss reduction. That's a good question. I'm guessing it's like 20. Oh, what's that going to be under? Is it going to be army drill? Where's army drill gain? What's it going to... Where would I even find that? More defense, general cost, government capacity. It's under drill. Regiment drill lost? R? Is that what it is? You guys are so smart. Minus 95%. Yeah. Okay. Minus 95%. We get 25% from the Hobgoblin Drill Masters, 20% from the Dragon Army of all of Yanshen, and minus 50% from Army Professionalism. So that's pretty good. It's all right. It's okay. Which means that when we do drill our troops, They don't lose any while sitting there. No, they do lose more in a fight. But just sitting there, they don't lose any drill at all. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's quickly get them up to 100. 3.33. Is there any other way to get more army drill gain? Not that you need it for any reason whatsoever. For literally any reason. Doesn't look like it there. Not seeing it there. Is any policies with quality army drill gain? I don't think so, because you know it's a pretty powerful modifier. Hot take: your unit drill should always be at least half your professionalism. I wish that it was more based on each unit and not just your entire country for kind of like experience, which it looks like EU5 is going to do that, which is good. So I feel like it's kind of weird that your brand new troops get all the benefits of professionalism like immediately when they're like fresh out of boot camp. Like you would obviously start at a higher spot, don't get me wrong, but they did lose their capital. Rippy dippy. They just have so much less discipline than they do. But Buvari, as usual, does have a decent amount of morale. It's not enough. Jad has a 0.3 tactics on him. That's rough. Somewhat even losses, though. Jad is most assuredly not unbeatable. If I had the ability and could start completing parts of my mission tree, I would jump on them right now for sure. But the best part is he's not going to get revanchism, so he's not going to be able to recover super easily. Copium. Ooh, I need 6,000 ducats to embrace the institution. But if well, before you, if we can just get it to Chatsin and Zhao Ming, this is a lot of development. What do you mean you fight? Paradox is announcing the games. We have some info on the top secret yet not announced Project Caesar. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Project Caesar. Of course. Of course. I kind of just want to keep the tyranny, to be honest with you. As bad as that is, it's just better. Eventually, that yearly absolutism will absolutely be necessary in like 30 years. So I guess maybe I should start making my way higher on the scales towards pragmatic leadership to get more absolutism. But I don't know, 5% discipline's pretty good. Just saying. And we will have more discipline than Jad does because we have a fort defense guy right now. Wisdom of a merchant. During one trip to the high temples of Jietsiang, was approached by a merchant of renown, asking him what's the difference between faith and trade. The obvious point was, one was a spiritual matter and the other one a material. No, but also yes, was the merchant's reply. Both are in principle the same. Exchange one to gain something else. In this case, we exchange our time and dedication into faith to get the blessings of spirits, gods, or even oneself. Trade does that too, exchanging our time and dedication to gain goods, money, and wealth. That does not mean that they have to be separate, no. In the end, we merchants do also exchange our wealth and goods to enrich ourselves in faith and piety. But there are exceptions on both sides, no? If you are interested, I'd like to discuss some more with you. Bro's about to ask us to be in an MLM. Yep, move in. And you should be at full drill. Let's see, what drill are you at? So this top regiment is at 90.26 drill. After that combat, it is at 86.9. So we need 1 month of drilling for every battle they fight. Pissing off that you can't go into battle with 100 drill because it takes a few months to regenerate morale, and during this time the unit has already lost some drill. There should be a period of time after the drill stops and the unit doesn't lose it. That would make sense. That would make sense. Or you can get to minus 95% army drill decay. I mean, sure, I guess we can't get to 100, to be fair. It must go down to like 0.00001 or something. You are black flagged. Uh, 100 drill and 99.2 drill are functionally identical, but still annoying. Yeah, but you know you're not getting the maximum amount. You know that you're losing. Yeah, I think we're losing like 0.001 because it is going down. Very slowly, but still going down. Poe is throw? How am I throwing? What? Hello? What do you mean Poe is throw? What do you mean? If you consider me in discus, you would get gold medal. Actually, I'm really bad at discus. Like, unimaginably bad. Like, I'm not great at shot put or javelin, but I'm okay. Like, I can get the basics down. I am just so bad at discus. Just so bad. But I don't know why exactly you're telling me I'm throwing at this moment. I feel like we're doing fine. Foothold in the foothills. 35 provinces in the Xianxi region have been Yanified. Oh, I didn't even need to. We just need to take Sitsu culture. Yeah, because that's Serene Haramari. Yeah, we didn't even need that. Okay, well. Oh, wait, no. We did it. We Yanified a province. The edict worked. Yeah, it worked here too. It just doesn't tell you. It's been a bit since you threw. It's overdue. No. We can just continue to not throw. This is also allowed. Well, I might as well just keep going with this Yanification edict. Alright, but we can complete this. We will be able to use the Yanification Edict in 3 states, and we get Hellas and Yanshen's Image 1 until the end of the game. Well, according to the Sitsu Yan of Jianxi, their ancestors were free thinkers who escaped the oppressive and corrupt regimes of Yanshen proper to found their monasteries devoted to the righteous path. In truth, they were little more than tax dodgers and army deserters fleeing into the hills. However, they did build a foothold of Yan language and a culture in these lands. Mandating that all teachings and religious services be given in Sitsu under the penalty of hard labor would surely encourage its spread. Minus 5% national manpower, minus 20% culture conversion cost. Okay, well, that means I'm going to wait for a month tick. For sure. And our Guama truce is up in a couple months here, so let's focus on that for our next war. I will not need to get a claim on Bordati, I don't think. This guy is going to go bye-bye. Boom, boom. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And now we just have to wait for our truce with the Boer command to be up in 1577. These guys still not thrilled with me. Still not the largest Poemu fans. Couldn't understand. Apparently we're not influencing them, which is whack. Whack-a-doodle-doo. More troll refugees. Okay. You got it. Get our trust up to 31. Let's go. Still not happy with me. Eventually he'll get over it. Turn off that institution spread. Wait, why? What? Why would you tell me to turn off the institution spread? It's not spread yet. Hello? Game? Are you crazy? I mean, I understand that the edict for institution spread isn't, like, great or anything. But still. Regimental camp 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll help with our being over it. 30 unification edict. Yes. Boom. And it's tier 1, so it's also faster. Ah, 2 to 6 years now. Skimming stones. In Higem. A small hamlet finds itself facing a peculiar and mysterious series of events. People are being randomly struck by little pebbles, yet no one has witnessed anyone throwing them. While these attacks haven't resulted in fatalities, they have engendered a pervasive sense of paranoia among the local populace, disrupting their daily activities. After dismissing the possibility of mischievous children being behind these incidents, the local magistrate suspects the involvement of a taunting spirit, one that might be shapeless, skilled at concealment, or even embodied within the stones themselves. The magistrate seeks permission to gather these stones and relocate them to a secure place, hoping that this action might be put to an end of the attacks. We're not going to arrest a bunch of rocks. Send some soldiers, waste 16,000 manpower, because it is a waste. Or just have the locals crush or collect all these stones themselves. What a weird series of options. I guess they really don't want those stones being thrown. Fair enough. What am I going to do about it? Alright, Go Ahmed. You're attacking the Wild Hunt and defending against the Lake Fed. Either way, I don't think this is going to end up going well for you. He moved his capital. You son of a biscuit. You little coward. You moved your capital away from where it was a bad place to have your capital? How dare you? I am about to max out on monarch points. All of them. I could take a bunch of loans and sell titles to embrace the institution. I think I will. Embrace, and I will take Diplotech, and I will take Admin Tech, and I will take Religious Ideas, I think is where I need to go. If we're going to swap. How much admin is this going to cost me? 105. Okay. Let's grab this extra missionary. Let's grab manpower and True Faith provinces. We're going to take quantity ideas next, in case you were wondering. I need to spend mill points. I don't need that. I don't want to develop. That's the problem. I really don't want to develop. There's in the islands too? Yeah, but nobody owns them. That's the problem. I really don't like to develop because, well, I only have the governing capacity to play around with that. Jad Empire is no longer a valid rival. Hell, Jad Empire, honestly. You guys can start making your way through here. Yeah, I really don't think we need to go up here and take this stuff. Like, we could, don't get me wrong. Oh, the unification is finished in Dakai Nam. Decades have passed since the first Yan settlers arrived in Dakai Nam, paving the way for more recent waves. Second sons, unwanted daughters, petty criminals, retired soldiers, lesser aristocrats seeking new subjects to lord over. They each had their reasons pushing them from Yanshen and pulling them into the Dakai Nam district of Xianxi. The natives of the region, displeased to find foreigners occupying the lands and houses of their fathers and brothers felled by Dahui's armies, greatly outnumbered these first settlers who had to rely on those very armies for protection. In the years since, we have been able to compel the natives' obedience without holding them at gunpoint. We have opened compulsory schools to teach our language and culture to their children and given stipends to local men and women who marry into Yan families. We have banned the use of the Sitsu language in commerce and religious ceremonies and have curtailed Sitsu celebrations and festivals, replacing them with Yan equivalents. Most importantly, the first Yan children born in Zarim have grown into adulthood and begun families of their own. The Office of Integration has dispatched a memorandum to Xiaoming reporting the census records and tax rolls show these native-born Yan and recent arrivals from the heartland now constitute the majority of Dekemnam's population. Oh, and it automatically gets rid of the edict. Okay. So that's being Yanified. That's being Yanified. And this is going to be Yanified next. Weird event text Sitsu is Yan culture. Yeah, but we know what they mean. Yeah, we get it, but yes, it does seem to be a bit of a thing. Powerful mage bastard child. No. I don't think so. Not interested in giving up my good air. Thank you very much. The lake fed is here. Right here. Moving up. 18% war score. I mean, that's not bad. I do need to start considering stating some of this stuff up. But if I want to complete my religious ideas, I need to not spend too much admin. You can probably speed 5 for this war, to be honest with you. He's going to give up pretty soon. A couple more sieges, maybe a fort or two. They give us the provinces we want, we'll walk away. All nice and happy. -1. You don't take the land, Lake fed well? Meh. Not too concerned about it, honestly. We can invite a scholar, though. It is still the Unbroken Claw. I know it's admin points, but the shock damage is pretty good. A little bit of Mildev here, a little bit of Mildev there. Temple Complex and Gatask is restored. We could build a higher level of forts everywhere. Here we go. We just take what we need and walk away. You have a state village that makes it not cost admin points. You probably already know that, but it's worth saying. Wait, for what? Gurus? What? What am I missing? I'm missing something here. Oh, inviting a scholar. Be sorry with you. I did not realize that. Now that you've said it, I go, oh yeah, obviously. But that's all right. We need to nerf our estates, actually. Instead of strengthening them. For absolutism. But that is a good reminder. Mission complete. The Hermit Kingdom. We share much in common with the Odhengun to the north. Their skill at the bow almost matches our own at the Dao and Jian. Their innovations and bureaucracy have inspired our administrators, and they have stood as a beacon of civilization against the rampaging hordes of the Shavush, just as we have stood against the demons and hobgoblins. However, their lands have long been ruled by foreign conquerors or divided by civil war. Their people cry out for a return to safety and prosperity. It is up to us to end their self-imposed isolation and division and bring the Hermit Kingdom into the fold. Dahui gains a permanent claim on the Gozengun subcontinent. The markets of Odhengu are forcibly opened up to the world, allowing Bugoj to become a regular stop for the treasure fleets. It gets +2 local trade power to the end of the game. The religion in Bugoj changes to high philosophy and becomes Jiangsun culture. Ah, shit. Well, good news and bad news. Good news is we will take all this. The bad news is I didn't take it right now. Do we want to bird that? No, it's fine. We'll come back for him later. It's not like they're going anywhere. Yeah, we'll have to fight the Lake Fed, but we're going to have to fight the Lake Fed anyways. Like, we know we're going to have to. Hey, how am I supposed to get the governing capacity for all this? Like, I know that eventually you get more governing capacity than you could ever need, but man, oh man, do we not have that yet. Not even close. We're also about to max out on our Diplo points. Encourage development here as well. Boom. Try and keep it all going. Lake Fed allies Jad? They might. It depends on if they rival themselves first or not. Ooh. Aketa is here. They may be our only hope. Also, so much for Jad Empire being weakened by fighting Bubari. Also, we need to annex the Harpy vassal now. I'm afraid it's time for them to go. They've been a good, loyal vassal, but they must be annexed. Killing. Okay, War Command is up in 77. That seems to be the next war. I have Black Flag troops. I think they've been hanging out down there for quite a while. Oops. They've just been hanging out down there in Arakel and having a great time on vacation. Dark Red Tag next to Buvari. That's Vanrahar. That is the formable for this area. These are the scary cats. These are the Haramari that are actually good. Morale of armies 20%, +1 land shock, 20% shock damage, 15% infantry combat ability, +1 monarch mill skill, -10% infantry cost, 15% national manpower, -20% harsh treatment cost, -10% fire damage received, -1% yearly army tradition decay. This is the one where someone was very upset that they lost in a multiplayer game at some point. They're like, no, this tag will only have military ideas. And, you know, yeah, it has harsh treatment, which is bad. But the rest of them are just like, yes, you're going to be so very good at fighting. And let me tell you what. They are. They are good at fighting. Tier 9. Governing capacity. Where are you? There is none. The social contract. The estate privilege enforced interfaith dialogue no longer decreases clergy loyalty nor max absolutism. Heretic and heathen provinces do not give any penalties. And we have -1 national unrest. That's pretty tempting. Knowing that we're going to swap and we're going to have a very large empire's worth of stuff to convert, being able to not get absolutely destroyed when we do that is a good idea. The balance of power is also good for the reduced use of separatism and the estate's influence reduction. Chimerian Reign gives more AE, more max absolutism, and less stab it to declare war. I honestly don't know when you would ever choose this one. Ever. Literally ever. 2 Trees of Government gives us another max promoted culture slot. Cheaper expand admin cost, and we can revoke seats from a parliament. I can see why you take that. Leviathan, Liberty's Iron Subjects. Chimerian Reign stacks with Diplo stab reduction. Yeah, but for what? For like truce breaking, I guess? Machiavellian Reign is good for when you're too big for coalitions to form. I guess that's what this one is. Just renamed. Can be useful for hunting PUs? What? I guess. I'm just not going to PU at this point in the game, though. It's Anbennar Machiavelli. Gotcha. I think the social contract is what we want. Like, eventually, we're going to want to switch out of that. But making it to where there are no negatives is going to make our swap much less painful. All right. Next war is going to be the command. 1577. Is there anything I'm missing other than the ships? No. The ships take me down towards Kudet Kai, which we don't need to do yet. Yeah, and I do need to own this stuff. We may just need to let Ma Huang go, guys. We may just need to let them go, honestly. Because we need to own the land directly. Like, we don't need to let them go right now, but we do eventually have to get rid of them. I don't know how we're ever going to be able to integrate them. They're just too large. They have 420 development, which means they have not developed a single time, by the way. We're going to swap religions during the rending. Because I believe Dahui gets an event about it. We're going to flip over to Mystic Accord. Here and here. Yeah, command is now nothing. Let's get our armies up to 100% drill. If you're coming to a war against the Jad Empire, you're on your own. I just want to make sure he's not joining. It looks like he's not. So I will join. Do you still want to drill my troops, though? You do not need... I have my war wizard chilling in the south. My bad. My bad. If I recall, the other option for that event kills your entire royal family. So yeah, flipping MA is the right choice. Yeah, well, you know. That does seem like a pretty easy choice to make. Either convert or everybody dies. You go, well, I've always liked the things that Mystic Accord's been saying. You need to move here and drill. Oh yeah, this stack has no drill at all. Right, this is our newer stack. Why do I always get called into wars at the same time as my other wars? I don't get it. The AI be like, no, I'm in a war. I cannot join your war. And then I get called in the war, and every single AI is like, no, now. Right now. We go to war right now. Come on, let's go. Immediately. It's like, okay, well. Sure, man. Why not? Yeah, we're gonna have to. We can stop currying favors with him. We're just gonna get rid of him in the future. Is what it is. We're not called offensive wars. I know. I don't care if I'm getting called into offensive wars. It's just the fact that I get called into all of them at the same time. Right. Battleship How? You will become a general. Boom. Whoa, okay. Look at you, fancy pants. 4-6-4-4, all yellows? It's not the best generals I've ever seen playing as Dahui, but it is a pretty good one. Is Dahui the name for this in general? I think so. What's the other one? Is it just Yanshen? Is that what it's called? The other formable that I did as Zhongdu in the MP? So I guess maybe this is actually the best thing I've ever seen for Dahui. It's a pretty good general. We'll have to do a Zhongdu game again at some point in single player. Zhongdu, my beloved. But of course, that can only happen with general staff ideas. Imagine playing Zhongdu without general staff. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. If I seize land, the merchants are going to be very mad, so let's not do that. 2 corruption. Okay. I'm so sorry, Harpies. It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal, kid. Homebrew's still dead? I don't know. It's a good question. More military development. I mean, I guess I could have taken Miltech. Still could. To be fair. To be fair. Captain Walrus has bit the dust. Even though you were just recruited not that long ago. Not very good at the whole drilling thing. So sorry. Okay, well, we're at max drill, so I only need these guys to be up to their like maximum drill. There we go. No! Boo! 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 Gross! Disgusting! What are you doing here? Riveria and Laurent are here. Barrage every fort and every war you fight from now on? Yeah, we can start doing that. He's so back. Yo, it's just Dak. It's just Dak going by a different name. You can't convince me otherwise. Hornax? Interesting. It has an A in the name. Kind of sounds like Dak. He's so back. When is that truce up at the Board Command? Next month. Oh, my War Wizard died. RIP. The Lady of the Lake. Many Halessi fishing villages are strategically situated in the middle of lakes or large rivers, providing easy access to fishing grounds and offering substantial protection. However, this protection is sometimes compromised by roaming bandits on boats and ships who exploit and harass these vulnerable villages, as the authorities either lack the will or capability to intervene. Such an incident occurred in a small lake village in Wangojagi. When the local authorities failed to come to their aid, a spirit in the form of a pale lady emerged to assist the village. Adorned in white robes and a wide-brimmed hat, she bore bright red tattoos on her skin. Employing some form of elemental powers, the spirit lady confronted the bandits, forcing many of them who couldn't swim into the water and causing the bandit lord to meet his demise, drowning aboard his large junk ship. Other bandits who sought vengeance and attempted to reach the village also met fatal ends. Local authorities have refrained from visiting the village, fearing that the spirit may hold a grudge against them as well. However, it can be stated with certainty that any form of banditry in Weno Jagi has been quelled, at least for the time being. Bless this painted lady. 5% local goods produced, 10% local defensiveness. We will declare war on the command. You don't need a general at the moment. You. Should be an easy war. Do I have to take things inside the Serpent Spine, by the way? I wouldn't think so, but... don't need that. Can take Miltech early. I could still get Inno if I wait a year. I'm just going to take it now. Just easier if I take it now. So you get back to drilling. We're going to get a bunch of claims because of this. How's that yanification going? How does it decide which culture it chooses? Is it just whatever's the closest one? Silver Spine? You mean Yan Spine, right? No. No, I don't. All this, your money, your war reps. I want you to go back inside the mountains. How many times do I have to put the command back inside the mountains? Probably just location based. Gotcha. Don't need the dev cost. Don't need to upgrade troops in the middle of a war. Do want to pay off the loans. And what is this mission going to give us? Nothing, actually. Wait, do I not have to go take this stuff in here? Huh. Huge. Okay. I thought I was going to have to go to... Oh, we don't even have to go into, like, Lower Rahed. Well... we probably will, because we have to be military hegemon, and as you can see, we're not quite there yet. And the Hobgoblin Drill Masters has unfortunately lowered it by 10%, but if we make our troops cheap enough, it won't matter. Well, I guess that means we need to release Ma Huang, we need to break our alliance with Kudek Kai, and we need to start killing these guys. That means we need to build our navy. Okay, let's do that. Sort by overextension. Boom, boom, boom. We complete the final command. Marching in lockstep, fording the rivers and crossing the deserts of the ruined kingdoms without rest, obeying an unbreakable chain of command, the soldiers of Dahui grow ever more indistinguishable from their hobgoblin foes. Both enemy and example, we have learned much from them, and they us. Indeed, some hobgoblins have even taken to calling themselves the Dragon Command in our honor. It is clear that there is room for only one of us in Haless. Our storm cloud will drive them back to the caves and foothills from which they emerged, never to return. The fate of hobgoblins happens. The fate of the brown orcs happens in 30 days. The Shemakad region gets rebuilding the ruined kingdoms for 25 years, giving minus 25% local construction cost, construction time, and minus 0.05 monthly devastation. Caution and counsel to he who fights demons. Take care not to become one, for in their eyes gleams the abyss, whose gaze will meet your own. Fen Niushi Zuje of Yanshen expelled from the university in 1563 for heresy. The chains of the command lie shattered at our feet, and the people of northern Rahen walk unshackled for the first time in generations. Some may whisper that they have traded one set of tyrants for another, but most greet us as liberators, for we have done what no Raja could accomplish. We have vanquished the hobgoblin armies, their leaders fleeing back to the hills and caves from which they emerged to wreak havoc so many years ago, their citizens at our mercy. They have left their mark on the land, settling areas which humans had fled, building their own towns and cities, spreading their language and customs. Even the most militaristic Dahui patriot would admit that years of fighting the hobgoblins have left their mark on us too. We would not have bested them had we not studied their ways and learned from each defeat they handed us. The hobgoblin people, though some still refuse to call them that, kneel before us. We could extend our hand to a vanquished foe, lift them up, and have them fill our vacant ranks. Boar, lion, and wolf will become dragon. The Dragon Emperor Zhanji will become their Grand Marshal. We can also show them the same mercy that they showed so many of our soldiers. A clean death with a sharp blade. The conquered shall serve the White Dragon. The Hobgoblin will be integrated into the Yan cultural sphere and serve the White Dragon. A company of elite Hobgoblin soldiers will become available for hire. We get a large tolerance increase of hobgoblins, and we get an increase in hobgoblin minority size. Or drive these monsters out of Helles once and for all. We get a large tolerance decrease of hobgoblins will be seen as more benevolent. Interesting. The hobgoblins will never be able to be integrated into the Yan cultural sphere and will have to be purged or expelled. Every owned Upper Raheni province will get -5 local unrest for 100 years. Gain 10 legitimacy. No, let's have them serve us. And we can also complete Restore the Temples. After the anti-theistic hobgoblins overran northern Rahen, the high temples there were left damaged or derelict. As students of high philosophy, it is our duty to restore these sacred sites and preserve the wisdom contained within. Till the end of the game, we get +2 tolerance to the true faith and +1 Diplo rep, which will help with annexing our vassal. And now we need 20 provinces in Shamakad to have a temple, workshop, and manufactory. Okay. Wow. Please show mercy to the Brorks. They've suffered enough. Have they? Have they suffered enough? Have they? To be fair, we don't really have any hatred against orcs. Dahui would probably know very little about them in general. Other than that they fight for the Empire sometimes. The command. When the hobgoblins came pouring out of the jade mines, they did not come alone. Their vanguard was a tide of giant unarmored brutes bearing no more than crude spears and axes. These brown orcs, tusked, frenzied, and ferocious, brought to mind feral hogs, and indeed it took half a dozen men to take one down with halberds and crossbow bolts. We learned from captured command lieutenants after hours and days in the rack that the hobgoblins had enslaved the orcs generations ago, and had brought them from the serpent spine to serve as disposable shock troops and heavy laborers. Although they had tried to break free more than once, the chains and the whips of the command had always brought the brown orcs to heel. The command now lies shattered before us, and we must decide their fate. Our scholar bureaucrats suggest that slaves or not, they bear responsibility for the ravaging of Helles as much as the hobgoblins. Ministers in the Office of Integration note that while the brown orcs have intermixed with local Raheni, and over the generations a new caste of half-orcs has developed, to truly integrate them into Dahui would require breaking their clan structure, forcibly resettling them into different areas, and mandating intermarriage with pure-blooded Yan to rapidly temper their savage nature. Jesus. Our marshals have pushed back, noting that their strength and numbers would be invaluable in rebuilding Rahen, and with enough drilling and discipline, their fearless warriors would add a savage edge to our armies. The tenacity of the orcs and their half-blooded offspring will serve the White Dragon well. We gain a large tolerance increase of half-orcs, which will bring up to integrated, and we gain a small tolerance increase of orcs, though they'll still be impressed. And we add a half-orc minority size to our capital. The brown orcs will be integrated into the Yan cultural sphere with the same methods as our human subjects. Or, when you're not these chained beasts masters, they have no place in Helles. Large tolerance decrease of orcs. The brown orcs will never be able to be integrated into the Yan cultural sphere and will have to be purged or expelled. We gain 50 admin power, 10 legitimacy, and we've seen as slightly more ruthless. I see no reason why we shouldn't integrate them. A pragmatic approach. Our rulers reign with absolute power and keep their approach flexible and pragmatic. We do whatever is necessary to keep the realm stable, but we are just. Our subjects are kept in line by our rigorous enforcement of the law. We do what is necessary to keep the peace. We now get minus 10% advisor cost, minus 0.05 monthly autonomy change, and plus 1 yearly absolutism. Not too shabby. I cannot seize land yet. I will upgrade my units, though. Ooh, we have 3 options. Free shooters, I think. Yeah. Tianlu free shooters. By 1000 AA, Tianlu had long eclipsed the other cities of Yanshen in terms of economic, academic, and spiritual importance, and in the wake of the Blue Scarves Rebellion, it would come to eclipse Zhengdu in military thought. Tianlu would use their wealth and knowledge to field divisions equipped with the latest in firearms and trained in efficient reloading techniques. Tianlu's free shooters became the first true gunpowder army of Yanshen, promoting the further development of ever more modern warfare. Pew pew. The Yanshen love guns. Are they wrong? It is the smart thing for them to invest into, to be fair. Then I can take another religious idea for +2 tolerance to the true faith, which, to be fair, doesn't really help too much at the moment. And we are almost done with some of that. So we're almost done with paying off our loans. Yeah, we should pay it off. We should pay it off, but also at the same time, I gotta build those boats. I gotta build the boats. We need to upgrade this stuff. And I absolutely do want to upgrade this. Has culture accepted by the owner? Ah, shit. Okay. That's not good. So either I have to accept Wolf Hobgoblin, and then I have to convert it. That's fine. We can do that. It's worth it. If we can get to an extra missionary, that's pretty huge. Let's go ahead and make a new template for 40 heavy ships. There we go. We will get them built. Okay, just enough money. Kudet Kai calls me into a war? Sure, man. Don't expect my help, though. But when is my truce up with you? 83. We don't actually need this. I do need to annex... Well, I don't need to full annex Sarasung, but I do need these 2 provinces. And then it's just this. So I do need to break away from Mahuang. Or I need to get them to break away from me. And Kudet Kai. Now that mission about the boats, I need full force limit, right? Yes. I need to be full Navy force limit. I need a flagship. And I need 1 more shipyard. We were 1 shipyard short. Of course we were. And once these ships are being built, then we can start building the flagship. And then we'll build the rest of them out of light ships or something. Did I just see that I was a Gawamid rebels? Maybe not. Yeah, see, we have got a lot of conquering to do up here. A lot of it. You're going to head out? Well, you know what? I will be heading out here in a second, too. So thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good spot for us to wrap up here. We are working on the yenification. Here's what it's looking like so far. This state's almost done yenifying. This state has started it. This one only has 1 more province left. Then we can keep moving on up, getting everything all yanned out. But a priority is definitely getting this God's Wall up. Missionary strength and missionaries is just very good to get. But yeah, I think that's pretty good. Pretty good job for today, everybody. I think we made good progress for sure. So I will be back tomorrow. Yeah, back tomorrow to continue the Dahui run. Let's check and see if there's anybody out there playing Anbennar real quick. Bada bing, bada boom. Looking. Still looking. No Anbennar, but I did see that Lang is live. It's been live for 8 hours. My goodness. I mean, he's probably going to be done streaming soon, but we have not raided Lang for a while. So we're going to go say hello to Lang, everybody. Again, tomorrow I'll be here. I'll try and get the VODs up tonight onto YouTube. Just get around to it, which I should. I don't really have an excuse not to. But that's going to be it for today. I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.
Let's process like 200 of that.